welcome to House Rolls, where we will have a magical, wonderful experience where we get to share our lives in this game with you. And we're so excited they're here this evening. We have a great time and have a great story planned. Or at least someone has a plan, and we're just going to go along with it. So,
or make the plan.
This way, right? Are you this way?
I don't plan things. I create ideas. You guys are pointing all the... Oh, yeah, that's actually correct.
I don't know where you're at.
Anyways, so last we left you all, you had gotten to the city of Camelot in order to conduct some business, shall we say, with Meredith's mother, Gethel Beatrix. Gaiam had sought to bring back his daughter August, and in that process, you found out a couple of things. First of all, that the process for bringing August back requires a coven, and that Gethel was not entirely straight up willing to bring August back on her own. Instead, she delegated the task to Meredith and the coven that she may or may not form, and gave you the methods through which you could join forces and bond together in order to bring August back. After that, you had gone your separate ways very briefly to reconvene. Lucian, you visited the castle, visiting Queen Camilio and making sure that the body of August was indeed there, was retrievable, and ready to be ritualized. Tower had gone to the ship to say some final goodbyes, knowing that his willing sacrifice was going to bring back a sister that he vaguely recalls, but would also reunite him with his love who died a while back. Meredith visited her in-laws, primarily her mother-in-law, who was awake at the time, to check in on her daughter, who was asleep, though bearing the mark of true love in the Fey languages. You had left satisfied that she was safe, and also with a door is always welcome. You are always welcome home here. An open door policy from your in-law. And you all had regathered, and you had gone to visit the graveyard where Cyrus, Meredith's lost, I want to say lover, but it really was more of a husband for you. Was it fiance? Was that what it was? Tragically never married? Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I know, there's a theme here. Tragically never married fiancés. And you had gone back to visit Cyrus's grave, noting that his ghost was there for a moment and seemed to have been waiting for you. In that, had seemed satisfied that you guys had bonded together and that you were about to have people watching your back, which seemed to be all that he desired for you, seeing as he could not physically be there with you. As you conducted the ritual, you harnessed Sephiathan's life force and sent him, his soul, straight to the afterlife. The clouds gathered round and the lightning crashed, green zapping energy channeling between all of you. And while at the end of last session we saw Towers reuniting with Nico, we return back to the grave site. The mist swirls around you, and the crackling of the thunder obscures your hearing, keeps you from really gathering what's going on. Your eyes are flashing over green, seeing each other chained in this moment. And as Sephiathan's or Tower's body deteriorates and kind of wafts away, all of you feel this life energy shared between you. You feel this bond as memories are shared across your brains. Dorian, first, playing piano. You see the young Shatterkai at a very extensive piano. Then it flashes to a moment where he's leaving what Lucian knows as the Hall of Mortality, and Meredith, now what you know as the Hall of Mortality, the place where they were, shall we say, punished. You see a brief moment where Dorian leaves the double doors to whatever horrors lay beyond, and Sophiathan is standing there, the young Yuan Ti, a cold comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. The memory flashes again. You see Dorian teasing Valerian for being a nerd, and Valerian retorting back, "You worthless musician." The boyhood sort of banter that goes between them. The memories flash again. Dorian is in a boarding school, far away from home, missing certain members of his family more than others, and he comes across an elvish lullaby and is deeply inspired and begins to compose a piece, extrapolating from it, and simply calls the finished work Sun. The image flashes again. Dorian's leaving the Hall of Mortality, hands twitching in pain. If they can't be put to good use, you will not use them for anything. The words echo throughout your mind, through his mind. Then you hear August presumptuously and recklessly playing your song. The anger strikes you, and you see the Shattercry hand pull out and take the lid of the piano, slamming it down, cracking across her hands. The image flashes again, another memory. You hear August presumptuous singing. She had not earned it. You go up to her, you slap her across the face, leaving a red welt on her cheek. She had not suffered for the song as you have. It is not hers, and you tell her so. The images flashes, and finally you're being raised from the dead. You are in a dark room, probably some dungeon of the castle you've never visited, Castle Ugnut. And you see an interesting individual, bearded and gray-haired, confident, attending to the Baron, making some kind of exchange, and then you're wheeled away. The gentler copy of a specimen the Baron already had. The horrors of being transformed into that mutilated dragon creature. And then the ripping of that skin off of you, the pain you suffered through to return to your normal form. And then finally this moment here with these other people. You all share the memories of Lucian. Lucian being held by his mother, Lady Duchess Cypress. Small, maybe 4 years old, the young half-elf, these memories are little but significant. A short memory of laughing over dinner with your mother and father. Father human, mother fully elf. Her black hair cascading down the back. Similar to your own dark black hair. In some ways, this is pleasant, but then the pain strikes you as you relive your mother uttering her last words. The only thing you can control is yourself. Then the memory flashes. You're at your father's funeral. In some ways, this was easier because there was no warning. In some ways, it was harder for the same reason. Then your adoption, your arrival at Castle Ugnot, Sophiathan's greeting. Similar moments to Dorian of the cold comfort that Sophiathan confidently offered. Moments of the Hall of Mortality, and the bonding that went on between you and Eglantine. Her pale porcelain face, a comfort to you, a picture of innocence. A few moments bonding with Sophiathan. The nickname Sephi comes to mind, and his absolute hatred of it, as he corrected you every opportunity and you continued to pester him. And then the dagger being drawn from Eglantine's body, you watching the life escape her. Your fault. Your doing. It still haunts you. The memories shift, and you see Meredith being raised by Gethel. It's odd for you, in particular, Lucian, seeing Gethel from this different angle. An odd, creepy, but nurturing side of Gethel you've never seen. Then you see Meredith meeting an injured Silas. His glorious silken black locks cascading behind him. swinging from side to side as his laughter fills the room, fills the space. Then you see another memory. Meredith disguised as another woman trying to flirt with Silas, and his embarrassment, his cheeks flushing, his persistent denying of her advances before the spell broke, revealing Meredith's true form in tandem with the eruption of her laughter. The two laughed for a long time together. The gradual burn of their love over a handful of years sweeps by. His goodbye, a promise to return as Meredith was with child. And then Meredith's weeping as news returned of his death. The gut-wrenching pain of losing a love so close and dear grips all of you. Then the burying of her child and the treasure that she sees her as. The dropping her off at her in-laws' estate, and the desire, the hunger for power to protect her, to keep whatever happened to her husband, her fiancé, from happening to her daughter. These memories unite all of you, seeing kind of the most important moments from each other's lives. And while in other circumstances you might respond in rashness and shock, there is a comfort and an intimacy you feel with each other. The lightning begins to crackle and surges along your arms. You feel a burning in your flesh near your hand. Your coven mark taking form. And who wants to share what that mark is?
Go ahead, Lucian.
Sure. The body of a serpent crests around the inside of the arm towards the wrists, coming up around it towards the palm, and just before reaching the palm, spreads out into a single slitted eye.
The image burned across your skin. Meredith? The same image burned across. Dorian, the same image as well. And in the center of that eye, each of you can feel a piece of the life essence that will need to be used to bring August back. The clouds clear. It is a night sky full of stars. And you can't help but remember stargazing with your love as well, Meredith. The ghost of Silas stands across from you rather, floating, just kind of smiling, knowing that whether you like it or not, it's in all of your best interests to protect each other. He begins to fade. Would you like to say anything?
I will look at him and see his form fading. And I would just give him a very soft smile. It says, "One day, I will return to you."
He walks towards you, gliding in his incorporeal form, and says, "I look forward, but no rush. I know that you will be safe now, or safer. And that's enough for me, and for our daughter." His hand reaches out towards you, and he simply says, "I believe in you, and I trust you, and
I will always love you. And I reach out, feel the ghostly form.
He almost falls towards you, hands outstretching in a sort of hug, and just as the two of you might embrace, his form fully vanishes.
She will hold her hand where this new form mark is, kind of squeezes it, keeps tracing it. Look at her new coven. Well, that was a rush. We should get going. We have a bargain to fulfill. And she will start heading back.
Dorian follows behind you a little mindlessly, eyes clearly adjusting to the images and the memories shared and seen. As you travel, he looks between you two at different glances. A little hesitant at times, but understanding.
If you saw what happened, Dorian. I don't know if you saw all of it, but it had to be done.
I can sense your pain. It's not different to how I feel about Valyrian in some ways. His dark eyes now with red flecks. Do you all can just simply travel back? Is there anything else you wish to say on this more so forlorn journey?
Well, uh, I'm sure you guys saw everything as well. Keep that to yourselves. It stays between us.
Likewise. I don't think there is anything to be gained on sharing each other's secrets or turning on each other in any way now.
No. For better or for worse, we are in it for the long haul.
You all continue to travel. Oh, Lucian?
Let's just keep going.
You guys make your way back to Farella's Fortunes, knowing that you have everything but the body. You have a few hours before the crystal will be completely removed, so the body can be retrieved. So you can take a rest. You can tend to other things. What would you like to do?
Meredith will double check on making sure what else is needed for the ritual to summon, to bring back August.
You check in for Ella's fortunes with Gethel, and she reminds you, 3 tokens dear to the self, 2 tokens dear to the dead, and I can already sense you carry the willing sacrifice.
All right. So 1 from dear from us and 2 from the departed.
Precisely.
Understood.
Things that August valued, yeah?
Yes.
I have them.
You have some time to think on it. You can tell, Meredith, though even in your overwhelmed state, Gethel is burning with intention to share something with you. However, it is unrelated, and she hesitates and seems resolved to wait to share it.
I will. Yeah, no. Meredith will just say to her coven and everyone else in there, well, I believe, Lucian, you was going to retrieve the body at some point, correct?
It's about that time. I should probably leave.
And I will get the other material of my own.
I have the things we need that belong to her.
All right.
Gaiam, I think it's only right that you come.
No, of course. You can see he's been over off to the side, and he's just been kind of like blankly staring into the flame of one of the many, many candles lit in this space, offering up a different sense within the room. And he stands, kind of pulling out some wayward hair that has fallen over the front of his face. What can I do to help?
You can help me carry the body. Come on.
He wordlessly falls in behind you, waiting for you to lead. You make your way to the castle, presuming there's no other things to tend to. And you get to the front door. We'll say for the sake of storytelling that it has been a few hours. It was 6 hours until that time became available. So we'll shoot forward. If you want to, you could have taken a long rest, or a short rest rather. A long rest if your racial traits or otherwise allow you to do so. Lucian, you make your way to the front in the wee hours of the morning, and you find difficulty because even though you meet guards there, it takes a few moments before you realize you can't enter. And you remember you are bound until you are invited by an occupant of the space.
And it's not technically my home yet, is it?
Nope. It was easier when Queen Camellia was there. She invited you directly, almost knowingly now that you recall the memory. But this time, she is asleep, and there is no one else there. What do you do?
God.
Yes, 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 is Lucian?
Yes. Would you be so kind as to escort me in?
Is, of course, right this way. I need you to roll a house roll. There are very few guards who live in the castle.
They have to live there?
It has to be an occupant, so somebody who lives in the castle. It's a 4. He beckons to you, and you walk towards, and you find your feet just of their own accord shifting to the side. And he kind of looks at you oddly like, what the fuck are you doing?
No, not you. Sorry.
Is there a smell you are averse to or something?
No, sorry. Just, it's early and it's been a rough night. Perhaps, fetch, one of the royal guards, please.
Right. And he walks back towards you after, making a few paces the length of the hallway. And why is this so pertinent that you get access to the royal guard?
It's a matter of state secrecy.
Make a persuasion check. He's seen you with the queen and the princess a few times, like you're known, but it's still a little sketchy.
I do not have disadvantage. 23.
Very well.
See, royal guards have to live there, and they are in on it. So,
He goes over and
I guess the king's guard, not like royal. You know what I meant.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The story for brevity's sake. He returns, and a woman, more brawnier with kind of a hard jawline, and really heavily browed bones, just kind of goes over and looks to you. Was the queen here for the queen again?
If you'd be so kind as to escort me into the to see my sister.
Understood. Well, come on in.
Thank you. I appreciate your patience as I say to the other guard.
Absolutely. He's kind of like looking at you now walking in and is like, there's a look of perplexion across his face, and as you're kind of walking away, you hear him mutter under his breath, well, I wasn't good enough, I guess. And just kind of resumes his post.
I'm gonna have to learn how to play the snob now. It just makes more sense, I guess.
You make your way in, and you are led to the chamber in which August lies. The crystal has nearly all faded. There is a mage working over the body with a wand, and another one nearby kind of just muttering an incantation. Seems like this is a dual-person job. And they finish moments after you arrive.
Interesting.
One of them turned away from you as they finish. You realize is Magnus Flynn.
Magnus.
Oh, yes. I'm quite glad you've made your way back here.
Decided to stick around a little longer, I see.
Well, To be perfectly honest, my boy, it's one of the safest places to be right now.
Well, I'd say that if the Baron hadn't showed up about 3 weeks ago.
An unforeseen consequence that we're not quite sure exactly how he got through all the wards. Something to do with Mavis Reed, we imagine, but I was told to prepare your sister for you. It was my advice to leave the body be. We aren't aware of any customs of her people or any customs that you all wish to use, seeing as the Baron's customs are entrenched in, well, a number of issues.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see his eyes look to you, and he doesn't say anything, but his eyes fall to your mouth.
I'll just nod. We can discuss it later. I'll turn to the Royal Guard. How early is it in the morning right now?
This is probably like 4 or 5 in the morning. Real early. Before the sun's really, risen up or anything.
Eleonora hasn't risen yet, has she?
To be perfectly honest, I don't keep track of the young princess.
Thank you. Has her mother had a discussion with her as we spoke of this evening?
You're trying to talk to the guard, not Magnus Flynn, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
To the guard.
The guard turns to you and goes, I am not privy to much of the private lives of the people I serve. So I have not much knowledge on what it is you speak of. Or...
Oh, wait. I thought this was one of the guards that was there.
There are 2 mages, including Magnus Flynn, and then the guard is there.
No. In our previous conversation with the Queen.
There are multiple... They're rotating royal guards. This one wasn't there in this conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So there's only certain royal guards who know about my current condition.
Mm-hmm.
I should probably figure out who they are. Right. Well, she said it'd be done, so I assume it probably has been.
I certainly hope so. You seem very distraught over it.
Yes, it's been a rough couple of weeks since departing here. Anyway. I'll be, returning here in a few hours, probably. Need to have discussions with the Queen, and probably with the Princess as well.
Understood?
Just so the house is aware.
You will be returning. We were told you are returning for other duties as well, so should not be a problem.
Thank you. I may have a few guests with me. If you could make arrangements for them as well, I would appreciate it.
I will make the Queen aware, and if she is agreeable, then we shall make the arrangements you need. Any particular requests?
you have a room that has a piano in it? Would great for one.
Of course. We shall provide one of the finer pieces for you.
Thank you. I'll return soon. There's not a good way to do this. I don't suppose it would be wise to just walk out of the castle with a corpse in the early morning.
Magnus Flynn kind of pops in and says, if you would like, I can modify your appearance for a limited amount of time and make it appear as though that is not what's going on. Or if you need an escort, we can arrange for that as well.
If you could fetch us a discreet carriage, that would be wonderful. We'll take that. Nothing too shiny.
He twiddles his fingers, and you hear almost like the echoing roll of parchment. And he speaks a few words into the air. Bring my carriage to the front of Camelot Castle.
Well, Gaim, if you would.
He is obviously focused in the moment, but his eyes have been bulging, looking around at a castle. He's never been inside of a place this fancy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
No.
Instructions, right. This is Gaim. August's birth father.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Anyway, we'll be taking August now. And see you soon.
Yes, of course. A pleasure to meet you as well. They have a short exchange, and you are led out to the front. As you have requested, a discreet, though a fine carriage of some kind. You can tell even just by looking at it, it's well crafted. This is definitely not a commonplace carriage, but it is far from elaborate or extra, you could say. When you step inside and you and Gaim carry the body in, there are two very comfortable benches sitting opposite of each other, and there are even what look like built-in shelves on the side for holding any number of trinkets, books, maybe even scrolls or pens and things like that. As you ride, you note that the carriage rides particularly smooth, almost as though you could write or read without being bothered in it. So it is a very, very smooth ride, magically so even. But you are coached back to Ferella's Fortunes. The door swings open.
Right. I'll have with Gaim, and I'll take August's body.
Okay. Takes the other end. You make your way inside. You make your way inside. And Meredith, you being the Archfey here, I think you taking lead on how this ritual plays out makes a lot of sense.
All right. Well, while they had left, I think Dorian stayed behind did he?
Yes, Dorian did stay behind.
Okay.
Did you want to have a
Alright.
conversation there briefly?
No, I just kind of bossed him around a bit. Just to help me like clear a good space.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably like not in the front of the store, probably further in the back. Somewhere more quieter and a little bit more private.
Mm-hmm.
Candles have been lit. And she kind of basically set kind of almost what it looks to be like a fairy ring.
Mm-hmm.
She had to grew mushrooms, various mushrooms in a circle, big enough to fit a body in.
Mm-hmm.
The room is dark. Probably some sage or some type of herbs have been set to burn.
Mm-hmm.
And she definitely had dropped her disguised self, so she is back in her hag form, but is slightly changed. But she is sitting there waiting, and she seems to be fiddling with something in her claws.
Mm-hmm. The room is set. Lucian, you arrive in this space. What would you like to do?
All right. How do we begin?
How has the body been treated?
It's been preserved perfectly since death in crystal and magic.
If you like, you can make a medicine check to assess details. Either or both of you.
I'm just gonna go off what Magnus Flynn said.
Yeah.
I don't think I need to check.
5.
5.
Already starting all good.
It's a little bit hard to tell for you. You know, fairy biology is a little different than regular, mortal biology. It's similar but weird. You do notice that there are many, many wounds. The black dress, which was at once red dress. Why did I think it was a black dress? The red dress.
Because we had this discussion last time.
I know, yeah. The red dress is, at once was looking very fine and elegant. You can tell just by its make. It is now drenched in various areas. Maybe not as noticeably because it's blood, but it is, very torn. There are places where she's been stabbed that the fabric has been torn and not tended to. The color has somewhat gone ashen over her. But the body lies there, dead. Not as dead as it could be, but dead.
Not as dead as it could be.
Lucian, was this how she looked when she finally died?
This is how she looked. Yes, it's her.
All right, perfect. Nothing has changed then. Well, lay her down into the circle.
Surprising that no one didn't even clean the body at all. Just immediately in glass, huh?
Well, that's good then.
Is it?
I'm assuming this is her blood.
That would be the assumption.
That's good. It could be a focus.
A focus?
Her soul must return to her body, correct?
Well, I assume that's how that works. If,
Well, that she's placed, we can begin. I assume you do have the items.
Yes. Things that were important to August. I have her earring, and I have her drinking goblet. I don't have any. Like, you got a better item? Because that's all I could think of.
You've got 2 earrings,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Dorian's got the music box.
Yep.
Oh,
I was about to
guess-
say, yeah.
okay. Yeah, I guess.
Come on,
that's
Drinking
you
fair.
guys.
goblet.
Here! You
know,
liked
she
getting
likes to
drunk?
drink.
I got the goblet I got you, like, 2 months ago. Now, I guess we have, I have her earrings, and Dorian has the music box, so we'll go with that.
He looks to the repaired box. Kind of looks at it with a, a bittersweet look, if you will. Is there
It's
a...
going to be destroyed.
We'll try not to destroy them. It's more so to call the soul back. Place it on the outside of the body, next to her head.
The body laid kind of in the center of the fairy ring of sorts with the mushrooms dotted around. Dorian goes over and lays the music box next to August's head. Lucian?
Same with the ears. Earrings, I guess.
The ears.
The full-on
There's a
ears.
difference.
Hey, were your ears important to you?
Was your blood important to you? Can we use that?
Yeah, I can use the blood.
Uh,
Or is that like a old school thing? Is there a new style that we can do this
Oh
easier
my
with?
gosh. The items are laid next to the dead body.
mhm.
Opposed to a normal body.
Yes. Because it did. It has to be like, it's important. It's an important factor. It's dead. Oh.
Is it?
Jesus.
Is it really?
I was like, I'm going to kill everyone in this room. Meredith will. It's 3 of us. So now she will say, Lucian, stand right. Dorian, you must take the left. And I'll take south. Place the items in your spot. The ones that I care are more precious to you. Meredith will place the she was fiddling with just a lock of her daughter's hair that she kept around and some red twine.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll place it down.
Dorian, in the sorrow of the moment, no one particularly noticed as Dorian gathered some of Sophiathan's belongings, as he has none of his own at the present moment. And he takes the snake earring that was Sophiathan's from the Von Bathory estate, and kind of like gives it a
The
kiss.
snake was from
Wait.
Nico.
Wait, the snake was from... Wait, which one was from the...
The
The-
diamond black one.
That's right, the stud. Thank you. He takes the stud as a memory and places it down in his spot. and whispers a goodbye.
These are the things that are important to us.
Yep.
I'll take one of my earrings off. I'll put the... I'll use that. I'll put it down. The Platinum Sun earring.
All right. Everything is in place. You all feel the energies in your palms. And there is this sort of calling that each of you feels to place your palm on the object you chose.
Okay.
As your palms center, green energy begins to shoot through the ground, crackling, softer than lightning, but still vibrant, full of life even. And as it stretches towards August, you watch as the green energy kind of crawls over like the shattered pieces of a vase being put back together. Different parts of the body begin to stitch together, and color begins to return to her flesh. August. You are falling. Again. When you first got here, you were with all of your siblings. Ophelia, Valerian, at least the ones who had died. Ophelia, Valerian, Eglantine. You all had talked, and it had started with just revisiting one another. Valerian was reading to Eglantine. You and Ophelia were doing each other's hair again. And then, first to leave was Ophelia. Exhausted, tired, and unable to sustain this state in limbo. An archway had opened for her and she had moved on. Next was Eglantine. And though it took much longer, eventually Valerian left too. Why don't you give us a picture of what you think August tried to do or tried to think through, to maybe move on.
I don't think she would know how to.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she tried to follow them.
The one that felt most akin to you as you tried to follow Ophelia, though you could tell it was a warm presence for you, to you all that you could think of was coldness, stretching the guilt of, in some ways, unleashing Nadradon onto the world, clenched your soul. And even though your body reached towards it, your soul retreated. The golden light phasing out before you could step through, as you were paralyzed with the decision. As you saw Eglantine, you were still thinking through things. But when Valerian left, you thought for sure you would be ready. But seeing him move on, in particular, brought back memories of Dorian's song, which you so treasured. And again, you found yourself hesitating at the gateway to the beyond. And you fell. and kept falling. Occasionally images from your past coming up again. And then, out of nowhere, there is this green light kind of off in the distance. And you feel, though there is no evidence of how fast you're falling visually, like the speed of your fall is reducing, the velocity decreasing. And then your feet touch something hard. And all you can see is that green light ahead. What do you do?
I head towards that light.
As you walk towards there, you can hear some of the stories shared by your dead siblings of recent. And though they don't stand with you nearly as tangibly, you feel a sort of presence accompanying you, and a comfort washes over you. And as you step towards this green light, you see a number of individuals, 3, kind of crowded around you, and it's this perspective as though you're on the floor. You see Lucian and Dorian, both chanting, accompanied by someone you've never met before. And this green light has now transformed into this very open, almost sort of portal before you. What would you like to do?
I'll head towards the portal.
Okay. You reach within 1 foot of it, and you can hear the echoing of whispers behind you. And there is not necessarily a discernible word, but an energy that is gently pulling you back.
I look behind me.
Look behind, and you can see the Baron standing not 10 feet behind you. You won't do it. It's so painful. You could simply just leave it all behind. Why go back? Why?
Cause, fuck you, that's why. And I want to go. I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. And I jump through.
As you turn, you hear this, "You insolent!" And then you find the voice completely muffled behind whatever this passageway is. You blink your eyes open and you guys see August's body gasping, and you see these figures in tangibility. Oh God, your dress.
Who said that?
No one said that. That's just a thought I'm putting in your head. You notice your dress.
Am I still dead?
Not anymore. You've been dead for about 3 weeks.
You couldn't let me sleep in a little longer.
It's good to see you again.
Fuck you.
I'll reach a hand out to help her up.
I'll take it.
I'll
You
give her a hug.
Oh, ow! What was I sleeping on? Or dead on? Was I in the ground?
Recently, we didn't bury you. You were.
You didn't bury me.
No.
What the fuck did you do with me? Did you cremate me?
We don't have to talk about what happened.
No, wait. What did you do? Was I a death at sea? Did you send me out in the ocean? Did I drown?
No.
You didn't bury me and you didn't cremate me and you didn't send me off to sea.
His brother killed you. If you
I
remember.
remember that very plainly, yeah.
Then you bled out on the floor.
Yeah, no, I remember a good bit of that too.
And then.
The stuff that happened after I died, that little...
Right.
You just let me hang out in this dress.
We kind of had to run, actually. So. Sorry, but I left you on the castle steps.
Left me on the castle steps. Lucius, my bum's hanging out this dress.
No.
Look.
No.
Meredith was definitely looking.
Is this the fortune teller lady's place?
Hello, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. Or hear you, in my case. Just kidding, I can see you. In a different way.
That's creepier. Did you bring Dorian back too?
Well, you were right. Dorian was the dragon, and well, now he's not.
Yeah. Put those things together.
Yeah. So I was met a vampire on the way, and
Is that the vampire? Point to Meredith.
no, that's Meredith.
No. Not
Meredith.
the vampire.
Thorn-hearted, actually. The Thorn-hearted, right? Titles?
Yes, yes. Thanks for remembering.
Well, you made it clear, and I'll tap in my mind that's important to you.
It is very important. Welcome back. I heard a lot about you. They missed you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a
Actually-
little surprising.
Oh, and this guy.
Yeah, I also look at
And
guys.
I'll look over at Gaiam. That's your dad.
Fuck off, Lucian.
This is your birth father, Gaiam.
I'm a birth father. I emerged from the ether fully formed.
Hate to break it to you, but that's not exactly true.
Birdman, get me a drink. I'm parched.
Unfortunately, I'm out of our booze supply. One of the reasons we're back in town. So sorry, don't have anything for you.
Farella, you don't have anything.
I can check.
Good girl, thank you.
You can see, like, she, like, walks away into, like, kind of a back room that's heavily obscured by curtains, and she's, like, you can tell she's debating, how much does she like being called good girl? Like, that's very much, she's like, that's odd. I don't like that.
Well, we could probably get the stain out of your dress, if you like.
Which one?
All of
And are
them?
we going to sew up the patches too? Can I get some clothes? Like,
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll reach into my bag of holding and I'll pull out a set of winter clothes. Roll if you want to remember whose clothes they are.
are you about to give me that ugly ass orange cloak? Because I will kill you.
Nope.
Alright, I'll roll. You want me to roll a
Yeah.
house roll?
Yeah, go ahead. I want to know if you can recognize whether or not we know these clothes.
10.
Yeah, that's fine. These are Tan's clothes. I still have them. Yeah. Yeah, I still have them.
I mean, it's not like he's using them, I guess.
That's what I have right now.
Right.
They fit you. He is a little shorter than you, so those clothes are a little rough of a fit. The breeches are a little short on you, but you know, everything's movable and relatively comfortable.
And here, I'll pick up her earring. I guess I'll give it to her.
Fuck, I don't want that.
Alright.
You can sell them.
That's a good idea. No more fucking earrings for me.
Your mother never liked them. She was more of a necklace wearer.
You're still here.
Uh,
If you were my real father, you would have at least tried to find me something to drink.
Sorry, I've been sober for a while. No, that's a lie. I'm sorry. I've not been sober. I don't know how to do this. It's I just want to be here. Now.
Oh, good. Come back.
Well,
now that I've died and come back to life.
Well, I wanted to be.
But I don't have money you can have.
I don't want your money.
And really, the Von Bathory name really doesn't give any status anymore. Everybody just wants to fucking kill you. So I have no money, I have no jewels. This is literally all I have. And yeah, I've got a soon-to-be duke for a brother who's engaged to the princess.
Yes.
So we're adopted.
I don't.
Come back all you want, Daddy. You're not getting anything from it.
I don't want anything from you.
I'm sure that's why you've come back.
I'll walk over to him. I'll pull him to the side a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. you pull him to the side.
Yeah.
He kind of like he resists you at first, but then
gives. Come on. Listen, I know you don't know how to do this, but you have to realize you're talking to a complete stranger. Right? Your love for her is what brought her back and assisted us in doing so. Now, she might not appreciate it now, but you don't know how she appreciates things.
You're right.
You've been absent her entire life. She knows nothing about you.
I know.
So stop trying to step in and act like a father, and realize you're a stranger, and work with that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Stranger. I guess I don't know. I don't know what the hells made me think this was going to be easier than it is. She's back. And that's what matters now. I suppose the best thing to do is, give her space when she asks for it. And how do I...
Listen. She's alive and she's free. That was your goal and your purpose. Those are completed. And now you can continue with life knowing that that has succeeded. So take a step back, breathe, and let this process out on its own. Right? And I'll pat him on the back and I'll turn and I'll go back.
He just looks at you with somewhat emotionless face, kind of acknowledging the truth of the moment, but you imagine there's a lot going on underneath the surface that you're not necessarily privy to.
So I'm left there awkwardly with Meredith and Dorian.
Yep.
Dorian's there.
Dorian's just kind of staring at you, and in a similar way is also like, the two of you did not necessarily like have great terms when you last saw each other. So there's a hesitance that he has.
So I'm gonna make awkward small talk with Meredith. Sorry, like a werewolf.
I take offense to that. No.
You said no to a vampire. I was asking if you're a werewolf.
No, I'm not a werewolf. I'm not a dog.
Rabbit. Do I have to be specific?
No, I am. For fuck's sakes.
I noticed the claws. I'm just saying.
I'm an archfey. Archfey now.
That is way worse.
Much better. Your ass is sticking out.
Yeah, well, I know. But nobody's left, so I could change clothes. I'm not going to change in front of everyone.
Oh, okay. Well then.
And Forella, all she has are fucking beaded curtains.
That can be made into something. But no. And I kind of look at Dorian. Do I get the sense that he's hesitant?
Oh, absolutely. There's like, I feel like August is like turned away from Dorian, and like you're like looking past August, and Dorian a few times like takes a step forward, like when there's a moment of silence, and then kind of retreats again when the like small talk starts back up, takes a step forward and then takes a step back.
I have to get used to this. Well then, August, welcome back. And that one, and I kind of point towards Dorian, and the other, they went through a lot to get you back, unfortunately. One was very clearly upset and offered his wings. Not sure if I'm going to take that up, but I'm getting tired of him looking like that, so please, talk to that one. And I point to Dorian and walk out the room.
Dorian kind of acknowledges that you point to him, and he kind of looks down to where the music box once was, and all of the components that you guys had set around are completely gone, just vanished, consumed by the energy of the ritual. And he walks over to you, August. How... That's so stupid. It's been a fucking long time. I don't even know where to start.
I'll wait until you think of something relevant.
Thank you for... It's not clear, but I do have some semblance of memory of you realizing who I was. The music box. On the ship. And a little bit before that. Thank you. I was really out of touch with myself.
So, it's even, I guess.
Even how?
I don't know, I was being nice to you when you were a dragon. You know, you smacked the shit out of me when we were kids. Well, I was a kid and you were a teenager, so...
Yeah,
More than once, actually. So...
Sorry about that. I was going through some shit. Not that that's an excuse.
I was trying to rescue you and Valerian, so... I mean, even though it didn't work, it still counts for something. I still think it's coming up. You still owe me.
I owe you a favor. You know
Yes,
what?
you do.
Well, I shall look for an opportunity to repay it. And there's a little bit of confidence kind of seeping back into him. What was it about that song that you liked so much? It's always been something I wanted.
Better than all your other songs.
Maybe that's because there's actual meaning behind it.
What's that?
And I was inspired by an elvish lullaby. Something about it felt right, familiar. And then just kind of turned it into my own thing over time, labored over it. It's almost kind of like a composed autobiography up to the point that I made it. Boarding school teachers, they push you in different ways. Excellence and all that.
Well, you played that song for like a whole fucking half year. How was I supposed to not think about it?
Yeah. He also kind of just caught me on a bad day. Baron had crushed my hands between two pieces of wood, and so it was like I couldn't play. And
totally acceptable.
no, it's not.
And you crushed your little sister's hands.
Yeah.
I was like 10. And then smacked the shit out of me.
Really, no, it's... Look, it's really bad in hindsight, and I fully recognize that. Yeah.
Talk after that. So... And then I took the fall for you.
Yeah, I don't think I ever thanked you for that.
Yeah, no you didn't.
I think I owe you twice over.
Yeah, you owe me a lot, really.
I'll have to keep tallies. I think that means you have to keep me around until I pay you back.
Yeah, probably.
Alright. Well, I heard something about drinks earlier, so have you become an alcoholic? Should I always keep some alcohol in stock for you? Would that be...
Not an alcoholic. I just really started drinking a lot the past... Well, I've been sober for 3 weeks. 1. 2. It was only like a month or 2 of really heavy drinking after I escaped prison with Lucian. Shit.
Lucius. Wow. You sure you're not drinking right now? Like, the Farella comes out and says,
I just came back from the dead. Give me a second.
Oh, here's something I found. I think you'll enjoy it.
and she sets down like a pink glass full of what looks to be some kind of clear liquid.
I'll knock it back. Whatever. I already died.
You knock it back. Has no burn. It's straight up water.
Hydration's important.
Stay in here. Could you guys go somewhere else so I can change? And then I can bitch at Dorian for pretending that I was making out with Byron of all people.
Oh yeah. That was rough. I'm oh man, you deserve way better than him. I deserved way better than him, so you definitely deserve way better. Yeah.
And not only that, I don't know if Lucian caught you up, but I like women, so that was doubly terrible. So I need to change.
You need to change. I have questions.
I learned that when we were actually drunk. That was fun. Actually, I do have a drink still, and I'll hand you a bottle of
Thank
vodka.
God.
I checked everything. I have 1 bottle of vodka left.
Saved it just for my return.
Yeah, something like that. Or it was just stuck under all the things I have in this unfillable bag.
Under Tan's clothes, certainly.
At least his body's not in there. Or is it?
Not that you've told me.
Oh, look at I assume we got rid of it at some point.
Yeah.
It was actually listed in there still. So,
technically the bag of holding, like, I mean, if you don't ask for it, the bag of holding won't give it to you. So if you aren't thinking about it, it won't give it to you. So,
yeah.
So you have to be like, Tan's body?
Head sticks out.
just like a decayed, lolled head.
Would it decay? It didn't have air in there.
I don't know.
Inconsequential to the story right now.
It's hypothetical. It's very good. Anyway.
I'm gonna go behind a beaded curtain, I guess, and change.
Yeah, you kind of go around and, like, honestly, the more you look around, the more you're able to figure out there's actually, you can arrange yourself behind any number, like, there's any number of, like, hiding spots that the curtains kind of, like, make just by accident. So you're able to find a place that's relatively closed off. And gives you some privacy.
Do you need any armor by chance? Apparently I have a couple chain shirts in here.
Well, if you had to grade them on light to medium to heavy, what would you call them?
They're a little heavy.
No.
I think chain shirt actually might be medium. I'll have to look. But
Actually, I could use some armor as well. Actually, I haven't.
who's talking?
Dorian.
Okay.
Dorian's like,
it was Gaiam. I'm like, no, Gaiam, you can't have this.
Well, I can't. I don't really want to wear a chain shirt, but if other people need armor, then I could definitely benefit from some, especially if I'm around you all.
Shirt, yeah, chain shirt's medium. I also have chain mail, so chain shirt's medium.
No, thank you.
All right.
I'll stick with wearing a dead man's clothes.
We're going to the palace here in a little bit anyway. You can find something else.
Wait, are we
going to the palace?
We're going to the palace, Lucian?
Yes.
I'm looking from behind the shelves. Why are we going to the palace?
Then she might need something better, right? Is that what you're saying?
We're going early in the morning. It's not going to matter. Plus, we have a coach outside. We're fine.
No, I'm a little bit concerned because I died on the steps there. So
Palace is fine now.
my blood's probably still
Nope.
on the.
They clean up nicely.
Oh,
They can fix your dress for you if you like.
completely.
I don't know if you can fit this. Meredith will pull out this kind of this really nice crocheted dress. It's kind of short a little bit, but it's cute.
Oh, it's short. I don't wear things that don't cover me fully.
Oh, you also might notice that Lucian is still wearing his entire getup from the gala 3 weeks ago.
It's sweaty and stinky, and
I'm just looking and I'm like, people love to talk about me.
Their laundry in Camelot.
I've been on a pirate ship for like 3 weeks, so.
And you didn't wash your clothes.
Of course I wash my clothes.
Pirate ship.
Right. Found Leviathan, actually.
It's that conversation.
And he lost his memory, but not all of it. And he got married, and his spouse died. And he actually, gave up his life to bring you back.
Why?
It's better that you be alive and he be with his love. So.
Have his memory. Why did he care?
He had some parts. But,
I think there was a part of him that still cared, even if he didn't fully acknowledge it before he left.
I'm sorry, did you know him?
I just heard him talk a bit at the end.
Cal, your Dorian and your Gaiam voices are really close to each other. I'm not sure who's talking.
Dorian.
Okay.
Gaiam is removed from the situation for now. So
Alright.
As of now, it's Dorian. Sorry. Fair enough.
Okay. But, he was happy to go, so. Then again, I guess we don't have a flying ship anymore.
Pirate ship.
Flying pirate ship.
Are you fucking with me?
No? Is this a face of someone who would do that?
If you're so unimaginative, I might actually think you were making this up.
That's true. Oh, and the other thing, I'm dead.
And you're here how?
I have and I'll show fangs. Pirate ship, Vampire Island, flying pirate ship. Long lost daddy, bring you back from the dead. That's 3 weeks. There you go, long and short of it.
Turn me into a vampire.
I didn't have your body.
Yes, I'm in my body right now.
Oh, you want me to turn you into a vampire?
Can you turn me into a vampire?
Can I? And I don't know.
Well, it's too late now. I was dead. I don't want to be dead again.
Yeah, it's not great.
You just resurrected me, so I came back normal.
You'd rather be a vampire?
I mean...
You just want to bite people.
Want to bite people?
Yeah, I'm sure. It's not because you don't want to bite people.
I don't want to bite people. That's something that a tabaxi can go do. I don't want to bite anyone.
You can also just bite people just to do it.
I don't want to bite people.
I'm not judging. I mean, if you want to.
Just certain people. Wink.
Why are you winking?
Weird. I'm
Are
trying.
you alright?
I don't know. This is a.
Why are you winking? There's no one in.
That was something that Byron was into.
I don't want to hear about Byron. I already had to pretend to be making out with him for you. Don't tell me about what he liked. Ah.
My bad.
Hold on. Was there a fling that happened I didn't know about?
Oh, Dorian and Byron were making out, and I walked up on them, and so did Jameis. And I pretended to be
awkward
I really tried to shut that memory down when we were kind of getting a summary of each other.
I'm glad I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see that.
That's the whole reason I got sent away to boarding school. So
That's the reason?
that's the reason.
Yeah.
The Baron thought I was being a slut. Cavorting with Byron, who's lowborn. He sent me to an all-girls school, which is a great idea for someone like me.
Speaking of which, I'm not sure we ever had a conversation about how that went.
Boarding
Maybe
school?
enough. Yeah.
Good. I liked it. Fine. What you? It was 10 years ago.
It was 10 years, and I don't know anything about it.
You all got to go to boarding school.
Did you not go to boarding school?
Parents who liked you.
What did you just say?
Which one? Oh, you got to have parents who loved you.
Oh. No, I didn't go to boarding school, Dorian. Baron wanted me right in his pocket the whole time.
Private tutors.
Yeah.
Private tutors too. We all had private tutors.
I know, but like I thought all of us were going to be like sent away at some point. Meredith, you had private tutors, right?
She's an archfey.
What? Dorian, you have more context than Arcus does.
Well, I mean, that's
and
what
she
the
understands what's going on.
That's what the figure was, right? In I think your mom, who's also right here, also taught you like private, like homeschooled.
Gethel, right? Gethel.
Do I see Gethel Beatrix here?
Gethel's just kind of like over, like kind of creepy, at a curtain, just kind of watching.
Meredith will look at all of them.
I
can see why you guys are siblings now.
Not by choice and not by birth.
Doesn't matter.
Right. Gethel made this all happen, by the way.
I did not make this happen. This was my young one's doing. I harbor too much resentment towards you, August, to do this effectively.
That's fine, because I harbor resentment against you too.
Oh, I'm sure you do. And to be honest, I would love to finish what we started, but I think there are other things to tend to. Some of which you are not aware of, and I will keep it that way.
If Rilla pisses me off, you better watch yourself, because there's a lot of things to throw in this shop. I am definitely drinking now.
I'm just watching her. How much does she drink? Like, a lot?
Hot.
So you're an alcoholic now? Actually, I didn't start drinking.
I'm really just...
again.
It's just like... Right. And yes, it was, but my mother did guide me. And she did teach me.
I'm not going to say thank you.
No, I accept payment and favors.
Anyway, we're all here now.
Yes, we are.
Leviathan's currently dead, so...
Leviathan is dead.
He gave his life for you, though.
Yeah, no, thanks for reminding me. That makes me feel so fucking great.
I'm glad.
Anyway, it's been a long night. I've had preparations made at the palace for everyone. We should probably go that way soon.
And preparations made at the palace.
Shut up.
About that.
What?
What do I have to do in the palace?
Nothing. You just have to be there for a day or so.
Why?
Because I have some responsibilities I have to take care of, and then we can go along and kill the Baron.
Right, because you're marrying the princess.
Right. And this also helps us raise an army, so that's kind of important.
Oh yes, and that's more important.
Raising an
But-
army. That's a tall order.
I'm
Yeah.
really glad you got the most useful Von Bathory siblings with you. The pianist, the wingless winged elf. Great. Good choice. You made a good choice for who's going to be in your army against the Baron.
Well, don't talk us up too high.
Dorian, you couldn't effectively crush a 10-year-old's fingers.
Well, that's because I have to take care of my wrists. So I wouldn't even
Speaking-
try. I wouldn't
He
spend
has
the
to
energy
take
doing
care of
that.
his wrists, Lucian. How is he going to stab anyone? His wrists are delicate.
Hey,
We're
I've
also
been
saying,
got
No.
some magic.
Dorian, you're still delicate because you're malnourished and skinny as the smallest tree I've ever seen right now. And we're only over here because you didn't want to go get food, and I couldn't get you arrested.
At this point, Gethel kind of comes over and goes,
I can provide some hors d'oeuvres, some food if you like.
That won't be
We
necessary.
have an appointment at the palace.
That won't be necessary. Although your concern is appreciated. And slight bow.
she nods to you.
She was definitely going to feed us babies.
Don't joke about that.
That's not
That's
at
the
all.
old way.
That's
Can
the
you
new
eat
way.
babies now?
That's the new way to form a coven.
You guys eat babies.
No,
No, we
didn't.
do not eat children.
We had the choice.
We won't do that.
I
So
would
you
come
eat
in, but you
babies.
guys are making a dreadful case for yourselves, and I'm kind of here for it.
Thanks for your input. Wait,
do I eat
Coven?
now?
Sorry, what was that? Coven?
Yes,
Yes.
I'm in a witch coven now. And I'm a vampire. And my ears are slightly pointier now. And,
He's also an alcoholic.
not an alcoholic.
Alcoholic?
Not an alcoholic.
Are you trying to copy your older siblings now?
I'm not an alcoholic.
I'm not an alcoholic either.
So you finished with that bottle?
No! I've been dead for 3 weeks. I have catching up to do.
Yeah, perhaps over some dinner would be a good idea. Or breakfast?
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 We've been up a long time,
Yeah.
and those new people who sleep during the night must be tired.
Yes.
Oh, you're nocturnal now.
Uh,
Yes.
so, you said you have food and arrangements at the castle?
Yes. And are you actually able to walk? Because you're having a hard time getting here.
I've had 4 fucking hours to sit and rest in trance, thank you. doing just fine.
So you're gonna walk for about to the carriage. And
I will walk
again.
the whole fucking way, Lucian.
All right. Just mind your manners when you get to the palace, Mr. Dorian.
Oh yes, manners, not at all. I'm so mannerless, because it's not like all of us were raised ruthlessly with etiquette training or anything.
Can we fight and talk at the same time?
I would actually enjoy if y'all was to throw fists. That would actually be much more interesting.
Oh, that's Dorian's thing.
Oh,
that's
but I think I'm a little bit too big for him to do that anymore.
Oh, look. Is this going to be what it's like? Am I not going to be able to, like, make up for that in some way?
No.
Pretty much.
What are we talking about?
She's referring to the fact that I slapped her 10 years ago? 10 plus years ago now?
Yeah, you did. I was a child.
Yes. And I was also a child.
Like 14, calm down.
14 is a child.
You were a teenager.
I'm not excusing my awful behavior, but still, young and stupid.
And I didn't do anything wrong. So.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't. So.
So to the castle?
Fine.
I guess.
Is this coach big enough?
It's gonna be a tight fit, but you can get everyone in there.
Okay.
Meredith will use this guy's self now to shift back into a human form. A human version of her.
I think I will thank Gessel. I will thank Gessel. Gessel?
Say her name with respect.
Yeah, I will thank Gethel for her time and consideration.
I do have an arrangement, Gaiam and Meredith. Let's have a brief conversation, shall we?
Sure thing, Mother.
And she kind of lays it out. To her, Gaiam owes her something, and should you hold him to it, owes you something. And she suggests,
I think a wing for each of us, perhaps.
I think that would be well. I think that will be of equal exchange.
Wonderful.
However, Gaiam, how long do your people live?
Little over 7 centuries.
Are you able to get by with one wing? How useful are you?
It certainly can't fly. It probably caused me a lot of balance issues, to be honest, if we're talking just practicality. And you can sense, like, there's like a strangled, moment to his voice.
I'm contemplating whether your services would be best suited with another hand, perhaps. You were quite deft and quick.
If it's a hand that is the cost, I'll pay the cost. Gethel also pulls you aside and says,
You could also take a favor.
Yeah. That was what I'm thinking about, Mother. I wonder how dangerous he is with one wing. Sometimes people need killing. Or protecting.
if he kind of like starts to bulk up a little bit and like gather some courage. If you have a purpose for me, then I think leaving me with most of my limbs intact is the best thing.
And I think I'll collect that favor when it's due. But you are beholden to me. And when I call, you shall answer.
Understood. In this moment, you can feel the magic enhance around you. Do you use your Fey contract ability here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What effect do you want to invoke?
I will do... You know what? We're going to use... We're going to use the locate creature spell.
Okay, cool. So you can cast that on Gaiam specifically at will. You can feel the Fey magic bind you two together. And you know that he will have access to some of your powers should you grant them in the future, and if he decides to take advantage of them.
Okay. I will grant a slither of my power.
A sliver. You watch as his shadow begins to dance a little bit out of sync with him.
There. Well then. I think that should be of equal exchange.
Lovely. Gaiam nods to you, and Gethel says, one more thing. And she goes over to a cupboard that has previously been covered with a bunch of draped curtains and kind of opens it. And as she does, you can hear like hollow air kind of coming out of it. She pulls something in a long bag that looks made of cloth and fluffy within, shuts the door behind, and hands it to you and says, this was mine, and now I want to give it to you, since you're going to a fancy castle.
Mother, thank you. What is it?
It was the dress I wore to my first Unseelie Court dinner. You'll be getting a call soon. By either court, they'll recruit you, so just to have it on hand.
I will grab her hand and I will kiss it.
Oh.
Thank you for everything, Mother.
She raises her bony, creepy hand to your face.
I'm so proud of you.
And she cups your cheeks and kisses you on the forehead with her dry, cracked lips.
I love Linda. Linda's like, ew. Listen, we love it. We was raised on mother's kisses.
Here, dearie, have a candy.
And it's all dry out and crumbly. Delicious.
And she pulled it out of her pocket. It's like
got lint on it.
He's got like 3 buttons, a stack of candy.
Delicious.
There's like 4 gemstones in there too that you're not sure if they're candy or real.
Good crunch. It adds that extra crunch.
It's organic.
God. But she hands that over to you, kisses you, and sends you off. Gaiam kind of comes out and looks to Lucian, goes, should I come?
still has both wings, right?
For now. Yes.
Well, you said you'd serve as a scouting party for me.
Very well.
I'd appreciate it if you stayed in town. I'll let you know when we're going to move out. We'll leave.
Okay. How should we find each other again?
August, what's the name of the bar in the slums that doesn't affect your brain?
Oak something.
Oak something. Go in the slums. I'd recommend you bunk up there with your team.
Right. I'll grab him from the ships.
Stay away from the nicer side of town. They've got some gas that makes you not right in the head.
They've got happy gas. Just pumps you full of it.
Happy gas.
Happy gas.
Stay in the slums is cheaper and honestly better time.
Well, I'm quite familiar with the slums, so I'll go with the comfort zone. That'll work fine for me. I'll get my crew. You can find me there when you need me.
Sounds great.
His eyes fall over each of you, lingering over August. Forlorn expression kind of crosses before he opens his wings and flies out. Stark white, not dissimilar to yours. As they once were. As they once were.
Yeah, I mean, most recently she had like dragon wings. So, like...
They lasted for an hour.
It's most recently still.
Yeah.
All leathery and stuff.
I don't have those anymore.
You guys ride the smooth carriage over to the castle. And I think that's a good pause for break. So we'll be back, let's say, at the top of the hour. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. See you shortly. And we're back. So you guys are heading to the Castle of Camelot. You guys arrive there, your smooth carriage settling.
How bad does this carriage smell at this point? I don't think he's changed his clothes in 2 weeks. I was dead.
I'm sure
Dorian was a lizard who lost his skin.
I got prestidigitated at some point.
Dorian did as well, actually. Dorian's whole body got prestidigitated. So he's only got the stank of like 3 days. Rather than like the blood smell of the thing, of the dragon skin, cursed skin. It's not great.
When the head is the cleanest one here.
I've been dead for 3 weeks. I got an excuse.
Yeah, you have an excuse. Lucian, you should have watched.
There's kind of like there's also like, and Meredith's kind of carrying like a burlap garment bag now.
Just like.
I wish my sense of smell had stayed dead.
Yeah, that might not have been. I mean, for me, it's an upgrade. I could definitely smell better as the dragon thing. So it doesn't really bother me much right now. What?
Actually, I heard August loves the smell of dragons.
That's what an odd comment to make.
Oh, yes, it is.
Why are you saying it like that?
Why am I saying like what?
With attitude.
What attitude?
Make a deception check.
Are you also lying to your coven? Your coven member?
23. I'm not lying. He just had to roll a deception check. I'm being snarky. He has advantage because he's.
He does, and he got a natural 6.
Cool. Good for him.
Wow.
Yeah, with the first one was a natural 1.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. He like just looks at you and says, "Fine. You're hiding something. Thought we'd be better at this."
You could also just ask.
I did! I said, "Why'd you say it like that?" He said, "Say it like what?"
No, you didn't ask about what it was.
What is it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I
Dear
wish I
God.
could cast silence right now.
Oh, I need a piano. Oh, I need a piano so bad right now.
Lucian, stop bothering him.
I was about to say, there's like a simultaneous like thread of agitation and snarky satisfaction that is just like like going back and forth.
Listen, you've been nothing but whiny and sad on the ship the whole time and wouldn't listen to me at all. Now your attitude's completely changed because August is back from the dead, which I believe was your idea in the first place. So
My attitude.
Actually, it was my idea.
oh, your idea.
Stop yelling at him.
I'm not yelling.
You didn't want to bring me back from the dead, Lucian. You were just going to leave me dead on the castle steps forever.
No, that's not true. I didn't know that was an option. We were coming back here for your funeral, and then you bring back from the dead was brought up later. So, you know.
I mean, I wondered if we could make it. I'm gonna shut up actually.
Please.
You guys arrive at the castle. The coach, the handler of the horses drawing the carriage, like kind of like shyly comes up to the door and opens it.
Great.
I get out. I get out as fast as I can.
Dorian actually rushes out too.
We get stuck in the door. Like...
Thank you. Step out.
Everyone leaves, and Lucian says, "Thank you." Sorry.
Thank you. All right. We'll go up to a guard to the gate.
Okay.
Acknowledge. Yep.
It's about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, and you actually see Elenara come out. Her blonde hair kind of cascading out, and her like eyes like looking out. There's a bit of stiffness to her this morning, but you know, it's not harsh or cold really. She says, like, before you can even ask or like talk to anyone, she just says, "Come in."
Thank you. Eleonora, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm glad you're back.
Me too. I suppose your mother has talked to you. And we should probably talk about it as well.
At some point. Perhaps when the business has been taken care of. There's quite a bit on the checklist today.
Great. I need a bath.
Yes, of course. Would you draw individual baths for each member of this group? There are... You're back. And she, like, notes August.
Something to discuss.
Are you also...
No.
Very well. We shall draw baths for each of you. Right this way. And she begins to lead all of you down the hallway, into a sort of bathhouse type chamber, with a number of different tubs, each with kind of a drawing, a folding curtain, if you will, to kind of like separate you off from the rest of the room should you want to. But there are different baths drawn up for each of you. There are a total of 8 in the room, but just an attendant for each one of you guys.
Cool. Do the bath thing.
Mm-hmm.
Go away, I say to the attendant, and draw the curtain.
All right. The gentleman with like a well shaven and trimmed facial hair, likely half elven, just goes,
"A gentleman
absolutely.
Attendant for a lady. What kind of kingdom is this?"
If you can have a feminine attendant if you so desire. We are very professional. We don't really discriminate this position by gender, but if you have a preference, we are happy to accommodate. Would you like me to
come back? Thank you.
Sir, you're dismissed. Thank you.
Understood. And he like awkwardly like walks away. He's like muttering to himself like, "Shit, what did I do wrong?" Like,
you talked too much is what you did.
He makes his way out.
Is everyone in this castle, is all the servants of this castle new at their job? I know you're hiring more guards, but jeez.
Bath attendants too.
Turnover rate, guys. It's hard right now.
Oh. Turnover rate.
You'd think they would be better in a place with happy gas, but whatever.
So, you guys are taken to the baths, and then your clothes are washed and returned to you, dry, warm, even to the touch.
Do you guys have any other clothes? than the ones I was wearing at that exact moment because they're a dead man's clothes.
There's kind of a woman with bouncy, curly hair and a darker complexion who kind of goes, yes, we can grab you additional clothes. They just need to okay everything. Real quick, what type of clothing would you like?
Something red.
Something short?
Maybe it doesn't have to be red pants. Maybe like a red shirt. Doesn't have to be fancy. Something comfortable. I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate to ask at this moment.
A red shirt.
Don't want to wear a dead man's clothes, to be quite honest. So whatever there is to spare, that's clean.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
We'll get right on it. And she leaves with the clothes that were just washed. Yep.
Goodbye, clothing.
Returns shortly with what looks to be kind of a loose-fitting red shirt with kind of like larger sleeves and a pair of pants that look maybe a bit on the tight side, but should do.
Fantastic. I will change into clothes that are presumably not a dead person's clothes.
Yep. They smell clean. They're also warm to the touch, going through the same process. Meredith, Lucian, any comments?
Yeah, isn't your dress technically dead man's clothes now too?
Yes, but dead woman's clothes, and they're also mine. But I think that one's pretty much...
They could mend it for you. A lot of finger wigglers here.
I did pay an exorbitant amount of money for it. Like, literally all the money I had.
And it is where? Asking as DM?
The dress, I just tucked it under my arm.
Okay, so did you send it through, did you let them clean it, or is it just in your possession somewhere?
It's in my possession right now because I didn't really think anybody could mend it. I was just like, I feel like I need to throw this in the garbage, but I haven't seen a trash can so far.
Okay, so it's just on your person. Got it. Cool.
It's the only thing I own right now.
Meredith is just listening to them bicker.
Mm-hmm.
And she is like grumbling on her breath, like, I wonder if they will die soon.
Well, I mean, we just confirmed that her lifetime is like 700 years. I'm technically immortal now. So...
I really don't know what this makes me.
Dead and come back to life.
Annoyed. Right. She's just feeling all agitated. Probably still trying to like differentiate between what is her irritation versus Lucian's and Dorian. I feel like it's just amplified.
Mm-hmm.
Is it too much to ask to get like a very dry red wine? Like a Pinot?
One of the other more experienced attendants says, no, not a problem. We were told to treat you all to all the amenities. And
don't worry about anything top shelf. I just came back to life and I just really want to get trashed. So don't waste anything good on me.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning, August.
I was asleep for 3 weeks.
Lucian and Meredith, you guys kind of catch on to some more pleasant energy via your coven, and from behind the folding screen, there is like a male attendant who's just kind of blushing furiously from where Dorian is bathing.
Is he acting all frail and weak from his malnutrition? Is he getting?
You guys can't see Dorian directly.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. Meredith probably is not taking a bath actually because she's in disguise right now. So she's probably not.
Fair enough.
She probably just dipping her feet in the water most likely.
Like dry shampoo, just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Several attendants try to tend to you and be like, there's one who comes over. Oh, is it too hot? Too cold?
No, I think it's just fine. Thank you.
Do you need any assistance?
No, but I guess wine.
Wonderful choice. What is your preference?
Something sweet.
Sweet wine. We have a lovely Moscato we can bring you. The attendants bring some wine for the two women, and bring the deep red to August and a sweet white to Meredith.
And just chugging it.
Mm-hmm. It's remarkably smooth, and even if you weren't intending to get absolutely trashed, this would be very dangerous. Meredith?
That's way too good for me.
Meredith is just like, I don't think she ever been in an pilot, so she just feels a little awkward, actually.
Mm-hmm.
She feels a little awkward, not a little tense. She is just like sitting there, even with her feet in the waters, her posture is pretty tense.
Gotcha.
I am either behind the curtain or fully dressed at every point in this interaction.
Oh yeah. Yep. Makes full sense. We'll say, due to brevity, you guys finish kind of your bath scene, if you will. Clean to the degree that you wish to be. Clothes are brought to you. Your previous ones clean, if you so desire. And you're ushered into kind of this entry room where there is the queen, along with two guards to her side, interviewing an individual in front. You can see, looks like they seem to have dwarven heritage, but they're taller than the average dwarf, maybe a half dwarf. Kind of an odd combination, but like abnormally.
Hairless, and then you bring us this abomination.
Yeah, hairless dwarf and a half dwarf. This is like it's like a half dwarf. The other thing you're gonna say is we're gonna have a half halfling. It's like quarterling. It's like I don't know how to deal with that.
It actually sounds really cute.
A quarterling.
Next campaign.
I'll be quarterlings next campaign.
Sounds good. But yeah, the half dwarf is kind of sitting there, and he's got like this resting bitch face over, and the queen looks to you and says, yes, Lucian, please come join, and the rest of you are welcome to attend. She snaps, and people bring chairs and stools for you all to sit on.
I apologize for my tardiness.
As it is quite all right. Haven't seen you in quite some time. And introductions perhaps after this meeting. After this interview. Speaking of which, Lucian, this is Blythe. Blythe, this is Lucian.
Oh no.
He kind of like looks at you.
I'll do a head bow.
I feel like I know you from somewhere. You look vaguely familiar.
I'm gonna look at the queen and see if this person's supposed to be addressing us properly or if this is okay.
She just kind of like she just kind of like nods and he's a bit rough. She said there's more to talk about after this. More to be addressed, but she is considering his employment.
Thank you for your eagerness to interview for this position.
Yes, well, it wasn't like I had many options.
Perhaps it would do you better to have a more positive tone towards your new work of employment.
Oh, yes, my apologies, what do you go by? Your Greatness? Your Highness, your princeliness.
I'm not a prince.
Well, you certainly dress like one. I think that's a compliment. Isn't that when you say thank you? And I'm the one without manners.
Thank you, Blythe, for your consideration. I'm sure you will be a wonderful addition.
You're very welcome. And the queen kind of looks over to you and is like, Blythe came with a number of refugees from the north.
Ah, are you aware of the dragon then?
Yes, I'm very fucking aware of the dragon. I saw it with my own 2 fucking eyes. It's not that hard to miss. Did you... We've been... Our whole camp, our whole group has been talking about it with everybody here. It's the most foremost rumor about town. Where have you been?
At sea.
Right,
I've
so
just
that...
came back.
That explains the ignorance. Completely forgivable.
Well, now that pleasantries are out of the way, I'll turn to the queen with a smile.
Yes, anyways, like I was saying, I was one of the highest performing guards at Valanos prison before it was broken out of, and
So
I'm good with
Sorry, continue.
Oh, I'm good with quite a few weapons, particularly with the halberd, kind of my specialty.
So you're one of the highest performing guards, correct?
I am indeed. It was unfortunate that I was gone the day that, well, there seemed to have been a little bit of a prison break going on, so...
That was my follow-up question, how there's a large prison break if you were present. So
it was my day off. It was my day off, you know. They didn't have me and everything went to shit.
I see your coin purse is a little light. You a bit of a gambler, Blythe.
I want some kind of check. I don't know what, but I want some kind of check for you here to see if you're able to like sway his
we
gambit.
know he's a gambler.
Oh, I know.
He's a bad gambler. He's the worst.
I know this is a check to like I feel like this is very much like an assault on his composure.
No.
Like no, it's not. You're not attacking his composure.
Yeah, bit of a gambler. Sure. Well, how he reacts to that. Yeah.
I don't see how I spend my free time concerns you.
It concerns me. If you're going to be a member of the guard, I wouldn't want any of our things that you're guarding to suddenly go missing.
The queen looks to you in a little bit of like a surprise, and there's like a very much like despite not having guards for years and years and years, like you're coming in with a good point. He kind of scoffs to the side, and the queen says, "No, that's a very good point." Says, you know, I like to roll the dice on occasion, and you know, good card game every now and then is nice. But I have a sort of rule for myself that I always follow, and I never bet more than 1/10 of, you know, a week's earnings.
It's a wise policy.
Thank you. I do my best. You know, it's good to be regimented.
Well, I'm sure we can get you into uniform soon with the Queen's approval.
Lovely. Also, you look familiar. And he like looks at August, Like, I swear I've seen your face before. It'll come to me. Anyways. The interview kind of continues. Do any of you have anything you want to do in this moment?
Meredith is probably watching the Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Kill
Okay.
Blythe. Kill him. Kill Blythe. Whisper to the shadow, Meredith's shadow in the coven. Kill Blythe. Kill him.
I mean, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not saying anything.
Meredith is like watching everyone. She's trying. I don't think she knows much about this Queen.
Mm-hmm.
What? How is she? What's the vibe I get off of her? Is she?
I think she's asking if she's hot.
That too, but that too, but also just.
She's got kind of a suntanned complexion, bluish eyes. Her hair is kind of blonde streaked with gray at this point in her life. Though she looks like she's in remarkable shape. She actually wears a battle skirt and a sword at her hip. There is a sternness to her, but there is also a wisdom and a slowness to her physicality that doesn't seem like sluggishness, but rather intent. So
Okay.
she strikes you as somebody who's very wise. And you know what? There's a little bit of mommy vibes going on.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And yeah, because Meredith is just watching how she talks to the guards, how she talks to Lucian.
Mm-hmm. She's been very respectful so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much, Blythe. We will reach out to you. Where will you be staying? It says be staying at the Starlit Night Sky Inn or something like that. It's the pretty one with the weird stars in it. And she's like, at this point, it's her turn to grimace. She says, "Very well. We will reach out to you as we consider." He leaves.
So you're interviewing for royal guards or just guards?
Both. Actually, this leads to some private matters. Perhaps over lunch. We're happy to host all of you.
Of course. Just sure.
And August, you are looking very lively.
Yeah.
We know that probably not the most pleasant physical experiences for you right now. Is there any accommodations we can make for you?
No. I'm going to bow out of lunch.
Would you like to eat in your room? We have one set aside.
Yes, that would be preferable. Thank you.
She nods to one of the guards who leads you to a private room. It is extravagant. It's a, kind of the size of like a queen-sized bed with curtains draped over top of it. There are a number of different dressers. The room itself is on the larger side. There's rugs, but there are 3 windows to the room that can all be completely curtained off should you desire. There's 2 oil lanterns that can be kind of spread out. Lots of blue and pink tones kind of throughout the room as far as color scheme goes. But there the guard says, what can we get from the kitchen for you?
Just whatever everyone else is having. Can we open the windows?
And of course, it kind of goes over and like, you realize very quickly this is a guard, not a servant, but he's kind of trying to do both. Like, tries to like.
I can do it. I'll open the windows. It's fine. I know how to open windows.
Of course, I'll leave you to it. Grant you your privacy. The door shuts behind. The rest of you are, should you be willing, are led to a dining room. Much more low-key than the banquet, for those of you that were at the ball 3 weeks ago. Very casual, round table where everybody's kind of seated. A number of dishes are brought out to you, primarily various different fishes, and there's even some oysters that are part of this array of meals. And the queen kind of looks over and says, "Have you ever tried oysters?"
I can't say I have.
They are lovely, a delicacy. And we have not met you. And she like gets up and says, "My apologies," and goes over to you, Meredith, and kind of with her hand on her chest says, "Might I have your name?"
Meredith was kind of caught off guard as she was trying to like pick at the oyster. Meredith Allard, Your Majesty.
One of the guards kind of like leans down to you and says, "Go ahead, stand when you greet her."
She stands and kind of does like this, what she thinks is a curtsy. She's like,
she nods. There's a grin of amusement that crosses her face, and she says, "Well met, Meredith. I am Queen Camilio. Please enjoy your meal." And she leaves your seat. Says, as she gets back, she passes the oysters around, the various servants tending to you all. And she says, "So, what all has happened in the past 3 weeks?"
Meredith just looks straight down at the oyster. Don't say nothing.
A lot. A lot has happened. Of course, the things that I spoke to you about last night occurred.
Right.
I, in fleeing from the castle, met with my previously thought dead brother Leviathan, who had lost his memory and was captain of the ship. We began to sail around the coast to the southern coast to Cullen, and we landed on the shores of, what's the name? Of the island. Shores of an island after going through the Chaos Storm and other things.
Chaos Storm mildly missed us, but we saw the effects. It went straight into the Wildenwood. But I'm glad to know you have survived. It looked rather messy.
It wasn't the most pleasant thing. We came to an island and found a cult, shall we say. It was not the most pleasant experience.
I imagine that has something to do with your condition.
Yes, and although we did fell the leader, I hope that whatever they were planning on doing is somewhat slowed. But it did seem that they had a similar goal to ours at the time. But they wanted a little bit more than we could offer.
As it always seems to go.
Since then, we decided to return home for supplies for the ship, and other reasons, but mostly we thought it meeting some unexpected winged elves. We actually came back for August's funeral, but
she like just straight, like she straight up like glares at you like, really? That's the reason you came back?
We came back for a funeral and supplies and bones, actually. But I don't think any of that is necessary anymore.
Bones.
We found a device that allowed the ship that we were using to fly, being powered off of bones.
You mean to say you found magic that allowed your vessel to take to the skies?
Yes.
Oh. We have some time before the presentation this evening. Perhaps you should show me this. This is of great importance, and actually, considering that we are some of the foremost research in arcane travel here in Camelot, I'd love to send some experts to check out this marvel that you have happened into.
Unfortunately, the ship is not mine to give. You'd have to commission the ship captain, Snitch, if he's still in dock. And you could speak to him about seeing the device, as he has claim to it.
Sounds lovely. Yeah, we will send some men over. Most agreeable. She whispers a few things to a guard nearby. Yep. August, to your room, you are brought an array of various cooked fishes along with a few oysters. There's like a little
chicken.
There's like a little bowl with like really fancy anchovies and like kind of a ground mustard sauce that are left for you.
Thank you.
But of course, and someone mentioned you might enjoy this as well, and pulls out another bottle of red wine.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Is there anything else we can do for you?
No, I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Is there anything you're up to in your room, August?
Mostly trying not to have a panic attack. Because, I was dead.
Yeah. Yep.
It was the end. And now it's not.
So, she has a couple minutes to herself and she's like, trying not to freak out.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Also, long lost daddy showed up randomly. You gotta process that.
Yeah, long lost father, Lucian is a vampire, Sophiathan was found, but now he's dead, having sacrificed his life for me. And Dorian is now Dorian from being a dragon lizard thing. So she's freaking out. That's why she wanted the windows open. She needed to breathe.
Absolutely. Luckily, it's a fairly nice day. The gentle breeze is kind of wafting through. It's a bit on the chilly side, but it's tolerable.
Oh, much better than it being hot. That doesn't help.
Fair enough.
Cool sea breeze coming in.
She's not eating because she's like.
No, you should consume many oysters in this state. That's a great idea.
But also, she's like super sussy about eating now at this point.
Mm.
One of the last times she remembers eating, everybody else got poisoned, and she didn't eat, and she was fine.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, that was like
Trauma.
the night before that she died.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
I had forgotten that.
I love the trauma.
We're here for it.
Was that when I got kidnapped?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
The night before, yeah.
Yeah, and now I have Stockholm syndrome, and I'm engaged to my attackers.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got kidnapped by the queen.
Hey, we can have a memory relive moment for this.
Yeah. She's gonna be like, wow, y'all.
Yeah. Lucian got kidnapped by the queen and then agreed to marry her daughter.
And because the food had been poisoned, but August didn't eat it, instead decided to drink. So she was drunk fighting.
Yeah.
His brother, who ended up killing her later in like a couple days.
We didn't tell you that Link had died.
Oh, yeah, Lincoln's not here. So, I mean, you know.
Trauma.
Lincoln didn't die. Lincoln didn't die.
He kind of exploded.
No, Lincoln didn't die or explode. Lincoln went off and lived happily ever after.
Yeah, he got transported, right? Yes.
Yeah, he teleported. I was about to say.
I was thinking. No, because I was thinking bright flash, therefore equates to explosion.
No, he walked into happy ending.
That's how our
land.
lives work.
She woke up instead of like Zunrith Lincoln and her
Lucian.
brother. It's Zunrith Lincoln and her brother.
Yeah.
It's her other brother, who was a giant dragon thing, and this hag lady.
And it's happened, like, I've been dead for 3 weeks!
Fire.
3 weeks.
3 weeks and you found new friends! Gosh!
She's trying not to have a panic attack in the room.
Fair. Very fair. Yeah, so back in the dining hall, as the food continues to be served, the queen says, "Oh well, sounds like you've been through quite a lot. I'm glad you're doing better, it seems. I have with the war on the horizon, I was hoping to enlist you all to help with some war efforts. The city of Lestrange has a independent government due to a number of decisions made by my ancestors, and they now operate by some odd form of election, and as a result, if we go to war, they will not go to war with us, and they have many advantageous powers that we could use, particularly surrounding nature magic. So, and they will be caught in the crossfire. So if you could visit them, perhaps providing some kind of diplomatic relationship. Last time we tried to contact them, they either didn't realize the severity of the situation, or they simply didn't care. I'm hoping it was the first option.
Right, so you wish to ask me to go as an emissary?
Yes.
To win the hearts and souls of the people to your side, the democratic-like structure votes to go to war.
Yes, if you can get the public support, we will be able to mobilize an entirely different population in the efforts against Avalon. Also was wondering if you had any plans for yourselves. I know we, and she looks particularly to you, Lucian, have talked, and she looks towards Meredith. Are you all involved in this effort? against the Baron.
Oh. More so against his woman.
Mavis Reed.
Yes.
The enemy of my enemy is a friend.
Precisely.
Lovely. And she like, she really stares into you, Meredith.
Yeah. As she's looking at her, she does, like, when she smiles, I think Lucian has noticed this as well in the disguise, that that smile seems a little unnerving, that it seems to spread a little too wide.
Hmm. I do not, where are you from?
Wildenwood, actually.
Interesting. You can tell she is contemplating something in her head, and she opens her mouth to speak, and for the first time, Lucian, you've seen the queen decides perhaps it's better not to speak in this moment.
Meredith goes back to, after she gives her little smile, goes back to, like, picking at the oysters with a fork.
Mm-hmm. So, do you all plan to use, I guess you don't have control of this ship, you know of it. What are your plans?
Well, the plan is still to make it some way to Calvin, talk to my old instructor and loyal ally to my father, and raise up
a strong enough force.
A force in what should be my realm, in Calvin. It has been under the Baron's rule for a long time, but they know they've never truly belonged to him. So, I guess, to claim my birthright, I guess. I wish to visit the tomb of my ancestors and take something my father left me.
As you should. Do you have a method of travel? It's particularly across the river?
Not at the moment, no.
I have a contact in Lestrade. I don't have sway over their whole political dynamic, but as I have a connection there that should be able to transport you via the river down to and close to Calvin. She calls to one of her guards and sends them off on an errand.
I sent a message to Lucian.
Okay.
Telepathically.
I freak out.
Lucian, stop looking. For fuck's sakes, act like you have some sense. Why don't we just take this?
Yeah, I had another oyster. Act natural.
I'm so glad I put oysters at this table.
I see that also Meredith literally at the table, like her train of thought stops for a second, like, oh god.
Welcome to the family.
Yeah, but why don't we just? I thought we were taking the ship. You say that we don't need bones anymore.
The ship's not really ours to take now.
So we can't use it. I thought you were friends with him.
The person who owed the Mistress a favor, and therefore was helping me, is no longer alive, and the ship's captain is Snitch.
Hmm. I guess we can run around and do her errands as well then.
It's on the way. We make for this city, cross the river, go to Calvin, and then start making friends.
And this is still in the interest of killing Mavels Reed and the Baron, correct?
Of course.
Can I insight check him?
Yeah, go for it. I think so. Lucian, make your persuasion deception check.
Okay.
20.
I rolled an 18. Persuasion, so telling the truth. It's a game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I guess since you rolled insight, like, yeah, want to kill the Baron? Don't think I can do it right now. So that's why we need more stuff and people.
The queen does kind of look at you. Do you by chance, and we are among trusted company here, are you by chance planning to approach the Baron before the army or as part of the assault?
Approaching the Baron right now, I don't think would be the wisest. On our own. And we kind of determined that with the fiasco that happened 3 weeks ago. I think at this current time it'd be foolish. However, if we do find a means of doing so, it's possible. Although I think at this time, I feel it unwise.
Understood. Meredith, you seemed like you were about to say something.
Yes. I was just curious as to the ship, the Calvin. Why? I'm sorry, but I recently joined this group. And I'm a little. I heard of the dragon. But why is the Baron your enemy other than the dragon?
Avalon and Camelot have been in a contentious relationship for quite some time. We seek to move forward, and they seek to keep us in the Dark Ages with a number of practices that we view as barbaric. We have scouts who've reported that they hunt people who are not humans. Most of the reports have come from Ugnot, so we have had some come from Avalon City itself. We were attacked by the Baron in Mavis Reed. They came feigning alliance, and instead killed at our very own dinner table. We were hosting a number of powers to the world, and well, they were put in immediate danger. Merlin of Atlantis was visiting and left without a word. These were alliances we were hoping to make. So not only did they attack us, but also ruin many chances for alliances.
Understandable. Thank you for clearing that up.
And of course, currently the King of Avalon is old and merely just a puppet ruler. The Baron has complete control over all of Avalon. In one way or another. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Question mark.
For 20 years, we have been biding our time trying to find information. And we believe with the proper alliances, we can execute a sort of coup. The attack with an army will support as a sort of distraction while we send in a crew to help sway the minds and the hearts of those from within. Lucian here is already an established member of nobility for Calvin, and we are hoping to utilize that as an angle. Along with, well, the destruction of the Baron and Mavis Reed, who have so many enemies. That would leave a lot of room for any sort of new leadership to step in and carve a way for the future.
As you said, Your Majesty, an enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Glad at least on that we can agree. I suppose you all have heard of the dangers of the Wildenwood, filled with all manner of creatures, fae. And at that, she, like, very intently looks towards Lucian and then Meredith.
Meredith just kind of smiles back at her.
I need a deception check from you. Well, if you're trying to hide, actually, if you would like to try and hide your overt fayness, like, yeah, and your illusion, so yeah,
because it usually probably do slip through most of the time. Let's see, deception. Oh, right here. Okay. Normal. 14.
She looks at you. You know, not to say fairy tales are to be believed, but there is many a story about the courts and the politics of the Fae. What a miracle it would be if we could align with one of them.
Kind of tricky most of the time from what stories are usually told. And depending on which court, it's a lot. Getting into bed with one of them, you got to be more cunning and interesting and make sure you know exactly what you want.
You speak as though you have experience.
Stories are... I was told a lot of stories by my mother.
Yes, stories, I'm sure. And who is your mother? She's some master writer, author of some kind?
Oh, no, not a master writer. Well, I guess if she can probably put her mind to it if she wants to. But she's very wise. She has been around for quite some time.
Good to know. I was about to say, I can see wisdom reflected in you.
You honor me, Your Grace.
You're starting to get the hang of court behavior. Flattery will only get you so far, though. And she gives you a wink.
I have much to learn.
And humble, too. Seems you have locked into a fine companion, Lucian.
Yes.
The
cat threw me off.
The
Lucian now has a pet cat.
It's a fake cat, you know.
Oh yeah. It's familiar, right?
I will actually be getting a familiar here soon, though.
Ooh.
There you go.
With that, the dinner concludes. And you all are left to your own devices. The castle is at your disposal. You can attempt to go to the weaponry, the armory. You can go to a garment person. The only note the queen has asked is that you all do attend these sort of town call, if you will, where she will make the speech about announcing war, essentially. And she has asked you all to dress refined and practical. She wants you to look good, but also battle ready.
Gotcha.
Wear iron. There you go.
She also wants you to be styled to some degree, you know.
I would like my breastplate to be shaped in the fashion of a swan as I take flight and inspire people with my elegance.
Mm-hmm.
With this sick backflip I'm going to do off the roof.
Oh my
That's
god.
all? That's all? Okay.
No, I'm not getting a swan breastplate.
You should.
The amenities of the castle are at your disposal for a small handful of hours. What would you like to do?
Are we allowed to, like, free anything in the armory we want? Is that what you're giving us right now?
More or less, yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Meredith is probably really. She wants to go to a library. They have one.
Okay.
We got two.
Ooh.
They have two.
Yep.
They have they have Drake's Arcanium and then the low key school. If I recall. The one most adjacent to the castle that would probably be like most appropriate to visit in the short time is probably the Arcanium, though.
Yeah, she will go to the Arcanium.
Cool. You are able to travel there, and there's been you can see a number of individuals kind of rushing about the place. It looks either short-staffed or like there's new staff. At the desk, you see a kind of tan-skinned woman with drawn eyes, almost a natural wing to them, with a shoulder-length black bob, dark brown bob. Lyndon? Hold on.
I would say yes, dark brown.
Yeah, I think it was dark brown.
I would also say she's very pale instead of.
Yeah. Trying to remember.
Ooh,
She had a tan.
Backstory?
What?
Yeah.
Am I getting a little backstory here?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But she looks to you.
Think about it. Someone Tower knew. It doesn't matter anymore.
Oh.
But yeah, she looks to you, kind of at the front desk and is kind of trying to organize things. Oh, hi. How can I help you?
Hi. Do you have a record of the royal line?
A record of the royal line?
Yeah, just more so of who came before. I'm
Oh.
still trying to get the hang of this.
Yes, a general history of Camelot. We can absolutely help you with that. And she kind of taps the shoulder of somebody and says a few things under her breath, and they kind of assume her post. And she, kind of in these shorter heels, leads out in a little bit of a kind of pinched skirt, if you will, and walks into this vast stone room with a number of bookshelves that just row after row after row stretch back, and you can see that there is a a large door to the right that leads into a completely different part of the building. But for this particular room, these bookshelves stretch like 20 feet high. There's ladders across every row. And she takes you back, kind of like counting the numbers on the shelves. Says, history right here. And she like just points to like 3 shelves full of stuff and says, honestly, any of these will likely have some kind of information that you're looking for. The family tree, you can look at more directly. Are you looking for information surrounding each one, or the decisions they've made? A particular era?
More so in the past 5 years. Their decisions.
Of course. She pulls out a book, recent history. I can tell you it's a bit biased, but, you know, such is more recent history. And she promptly hands it over to you.
Thank you. And what is your name?
Sophie.
Sophie, nice to meet you.
Yes. Pleasure to meet you. And what's your name?
Meredith.
What a lovely name. I don't think I've known anyone named Meredith here. What an uncommon name. It sounds lovely. It rolls right off the tongue.
Thank you. Not as beautiful as Sophie, though.
Oh. Well, thank you. She kind of bats her eyelashes a little bit. And says, would you like me to lead you to a more comfortable sitting place?
Yes, please. That would be wonderful.
Wonderful. We'll be right this way. And she begins to kind of like, she begins to walk, which takes on a bit more of a strut. There becomes a little bit more sway in the hips, you notice. And she leads you over to kind of this place. There's a number of tables kind of set up in a row. The chairs are kind of haphazardly strewn about from people, you know, using them and then forgetting to put them back under the seats. And she just goes, I really wish people would take care of the space. But you're welcome to it. There are some cushions over there if you get uncomfortable. Do you need anything else?
No, that would be quite all. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do for you.
Thank you. I'll come find you if I do.
A dinner? Bath? Or me?
And she kind of like coyly walks away a little bit, having her hands kind of double wrapped on her shoulders.
All right. I get back to reading.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just as bad as Lucian. I feel so bad now.
Keep her away from windows.
No, please. Please, that would be a blessing.
Lucian, what would you like to do during this time?
Check on August first.
Okay.
Plenty to do, but August
Yeah.
probably needs to be checked on.
You ask for an attendant to lead you to August's room. One does so willingly without too much of an issue.
I can walk into a room without being invited in, right? Because I'm already in the building.
You're already in the building, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Gonna be, like, weird thing is like,
no, I'm not gonna make it that
my worst
specific.
enemy is doors.
No, I'm not gonna be that
I better
specific.
get some great racial buffs if I can't walk through doors.
So, yeah, there's the door in front of you. It's closed.
Knock.
Oh, you're not going to do it with a raw chicken? Okay, sure. How am I supposed to know it's you at the door?
Do I even have burning hands anymore? don't think I do.
August will answer the door.
Hey.
Hey.
You okay?
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
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 Yeah.
What's up?
I'm just having to adjust to apparently the most insane 3 weeks that's ever occurred in the history of ever.
Yeah, it's...
You died and then became a vampire, and then apparently Phaethon was alive but then died, and Orion is now a human, and he was a giant lizard aberration, and you've got new people, and the old ones are gone, and...
Yeah, honestly, up until now, these last 3 months, probably we could write some sort of epic about it, or a play. It'd explain it a lot better, I think.
It's a lot to adjust to, that's all. Trying to process, that's all.
Yeah, I haven't had a time to really take a breather myself yet. I have to go talk to my fiance here in a bit.
Oh, right.
And that is going to be an experience. Because, you know, I'm dead.
Right, gotta break that news to her, I guess.
Then there's also... I had a lot of... I guess my adjusting was standing on a ship at night for hours and hours and hours, staring at the ocean and not feeling the wind. So, I'm not okay. But I understand it takes time to adjust. I don't know how to feel.
I've come to learn that no one's okay.
I always hoped that some people were okay. Especially with, you know, our childhood. Thought that normal people might be okay.
Yeah. Let me know if you meet one.
A normal person or an okay person?
A person.
A person?
A person who is okay.
Yeah. Well, okay. Just let me know if you need anything. Castle's open. Anything you might need, you can get from the armory. Anything. We're going to... They want us to go on a diplomatic mission on our way over to Calvin. Some place called what was it?
Leastron.
Leastron.
Lestron is the city. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where did I get that?
It's a funny spelling.
But I feel like it's a medicine.
Some city called Leastron. I don't really remember it in history books, but apparently they work on form of democracy and not typical courts.
Yeah, I've been there.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Great.
The dragon attacked it.
Oh.
It's fine now, I think.
Do they know who you are?
I don't know if they've made the connection with the dragon. Last time I was there, maybe I should just like wait in Calvin for you or something.
We have to go through there to get to Calvin. There's
I
a ship.
can wait on.
There's a ship that's going to take us upriver to get us closer to Calvin.
Then I'll wait on the ship.
Well, we have to talk to a couple people first.
So, as far as I remember, I did tell someone, one person, that the dragon was there because of me.
Oh, and who was that?
A bard?
That seems like a great idea.
Well, they thought that the Viscount was the one who was controlling the dragon, and it was turning into this weird anti-government conspiracy, and I just clarified it with the one single person.
Mm-hmm. Who happens to be...
A bard.
A bard. So... Well...
To be fair, it is this individual is not known for sensible proclamations of information.
So they're just a silly bard?
Oh, silly is a strong word. More of a there's a secret cabal running the whole world who have secret orgies behind closed doors with occultic rituals involved. So I don't know that the dragons following her would be credible. They're not credible.
Right, but... if they believe... and it's proven...
The dragon's not following me anymore.
Hmm.
I broke that relationship off.
And your hair is back to its normal...
My hair is back to its normal color and I can't fly again, so...
Right.
And the dragon may have killed the Viscount's wife. And the Viscount is one of the people on the council.
Right.
And the bard knows the Viscount.
What did you do in this city?
I went to one party, I swear.
One party? With a bard and a Viscount on the council.
You know, the bard is... Yes, the Viscount is on the council, the bard is not.
Right.
Yeah.
You went to one party.
What happened?
I was there for a little bit, and I was... You know, it might not be a big deal. It was a masquerade anyways, and the bard didn't know my real name, and the Viscount never saw my face.
And at this time, how were your mannerisms?
It's not like I've greatly changed my mannerisms.
Oh. But it was a masquerade party. Were you, like, very uppity and noble and proper, or just there for fun?
A little bit of both, maybe. I was a little bit more of the latter, I suppose. I wasn't invited.
Oh. All right.
It's my name.
Right. So we might walk into some problems.
The Viscount did know I was from Grindavir.
Oh. Did you do anything with the Viscount?
Oh God, no. No.
All right.
It's a man. Gross.
That's not what I was asking, but... Well, I mean... I guess how I said it could imply...
That's what it sounded like.
It's not what I meant, but, Okay.
No, the Viscount and I had a chat. He seemed a bit fuckboyish, to be honest.
Ah!
I told him unequivocally no, and then there was a dragon sighting, and it wasn't a big deal that time, though, because the dragon attacked the first time I was there, but not the second time, but the dragon was
So you were there twice?
I lived there.
You lived there? Right. One party, huh?
But I had a job. And then
You had a job, huh?
All the backstory spilling.
What's your job? What was your job?
I don't want to talk about it.
You sure? Because...
I was a busboy.
You were a busboy?
A busboy. I washed dishes and things. I may have fed some people to the dragon, I'm not sure.
You're a busboy who fed people to a dragon. So this is going to be a problem, is what you're telling me.
It's only... Yes, that's what I'm telling you.
Great!
That's what I'm saying. Just leave me in the carriage.
No, it'll be fine. We'll get a hat for you, and I'm sure that will cover everything up.
Good. We can match too, since you can't be outside in the daytime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that.
Get matching cloaks.
About to be the nocturnal group.
I'll just get a nice... Oh, I should do that. I'm going to
I was a dishwasher, and so the first time I was there, I was a dishwasher. This was earlier, and Nadradon the dragon requested having a good hunt in the forest in the Wilden Wood place. So I acted as bait, get individuals out there, and I may have done that to somebody who recognized who I really was.
Oh.
And so I left.
Mm-hmm. And that person was the bard.
No.
So it's another person who knows.
Yeah. But the bard doesn't know my real name.
But this other person does.
This other person is likely dead.
Likely.
Maybe you should come inside and sit down for a second.
All right, let's do that.
Meanwhile.
Yeah, meanwhile.
Meredith, you went to the Arcanium. You begin to sit down, and soon you're approached by an elven woman with kind of a lighter olive toned skin, with kind of nondescript sandy blonde hair, like pin straight, down to like, shoulder blade length. Comes up to you in a kind of green robes and says, "Oh, it's so good to see you again. Just a moment of your time."
I look up at her. Do I recognize this person? Or I get the sense?
Make a check.
I'm going to use wisdom. Let's just see what happens. I guess insight? Yeah, let's do insight.
Yeah, go for it.
An 8.
An 8. You can't recall. You can't quite recall anything. But she says, "Oh, don't worry. I won't have much of your time. I just want to let you know what an amazing opportunity this is for you. And we're really looking forward to seeing you soon." And she lays a letter at the table that's this pristine parchment, sealed with a golden wax flecked with green.
I will just kind of push the book aside for a moment. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Yes, we do hope that, well, you'll make the right decision. And it goes from a pleasantry to like, borderline threat.
Mm-hmm.
She looks at you, narrows her eyes, and with a deadly smile turns on her heel and walks out. As she does, there is a shorter individual with like gray balding hair. Unfortunately, this person is like only 20 years old or so by basic appearance, and just like losing their hair. They have like a kind of a nasty scar along their neck that looks to be like from some kind of poorly recovered surgical incision. And walks right past this woman, and this woman just looks over, and the smile like decolors into like this maligned, indignant, "I can't believe you're here." And that person also comes over to you. "All right, so we have this thing happening that we want you to be a part of." And like pulls out a letter and like throws it on. It's got like more weight to it. It's like crusty, like older parchment, and this one's sealed with kind of like a maroon wax with black and purple flecks in it. It says, "We're the smart decision. Any questions?" "Good, you'll do great in court." And he like turns on his heel.
I just watching him, and then I just look at the lady again. And I just start chuckling. I just literally like go into a fit of laughter.
If only there was a happy medium.
I'm the medium.
Like a
You might be in this time
light,
period. Yeah.
the dark.
I'm the medium.
I don't know, something more gray.
Gray. What? It was a Coven thought. Maybe it should be gray. Okay.
She has a shadow. She can do it.
I will take both of the notes, and I will open the crusty letter first.
Okay. Inside the crusty letter is just
the crusty letter.
The crusty letter.
It's just like $20 and the note that says please.
Please.
Inside is elegantly scrawled lettering that just states a time, a date, and a place. And I believe... hold on, need to check my notes. Need to check one of my 3 screens. Okay, so on the 30th of the month, it is currently the 26th, at 7:00 p.m. Meet at Lady Sweet Halls in Lestron.
It was Lady Sweet World?
Sweet Halls.
Sweet Hall. It's
She got nice hallways.
SWIETH.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. OL.
Okay. But it's pronounced like there. Okay.
Yeah. Sweet Hall. And that's pretty much all it says. So and lady, and it is, then there's a note at the bottom that simply says dress your best.
Okay. I'm sorry, you're gonna hear aggressive typing. Okay. And that was, I'm just gonna mark that crusty letter. Okay.
Okay. So that's the crusty letter.
All right. I'll open the hot letter.
The hot letter. Lovely. Okay. Hold on. I need to double check one more thing.
You open it, there's glitter everywhere.
Poof.
It says, "You'll never get this out of your hair."
Yeah. That sounds like the type
You
of
belong
fake
to
what I
us
would be
now.
part.
That's how you make Fae deals. Is you get them covered in glitter and you offer
to take it off.
to get it off. And now you're stuck in it.
Get rid of this.
Oh shoot, that would have been awesome. I'm gonna do that.
Fun fact, I'm scared of glitter.
Oh, nice.
This letter is similar in its bluntness at the top. It just lists a time, date, and a place. Same time, same date.
Oh.
At the
30th day.
At the manor of Viscount Mormaer.
Okay. 7:00 p.m.
Mormaer.
Viscount, the manor.
The manor of Viscount Mormaer. Mormaer.
Sorry, spell that again.
Mormaer.
Okay.
And this one, unlike the other, demands that has a number of rules regarding to the attire. Has specifics regarding hem length. Hem length must be no more than 2 inches above the floor. It must be, they must cover the wrists. There must be a collar for those wearing shirts. They expect full-length garment, no shorts, no skirts, no short skirts, no short anything. It's just this list of checkbox,
Yeah.
And you are forbidden from wearing the color gold.
Okay. That's a big one for me. No gold.
full length, proper hem length, no gold.
Yeah. Okay. Cover the wrists.
Can you show a little bit of ankle though?
I don't know. Is the ankle checkbox there?
Well, it says the hem length must be no more than 2 inches from the ground.
Yeah.
So if it's more than
Okay,
2 inches from the ground, it's definitely showing ankle.
Yeah. Can't be a thought, unfortunately.
They say nothing about cleavage or anything in
okay,
regards
there
to
you go.
that. So, you know.
Oh, okay. A little bit of thotty.
I hear it's the latest fashion in London. Women in
Okay.
London must have learned not to breathe.
Right, 7 p.m. on both days, the 30th day. Just at different places. The manor is also in
Lestrange. Both locations are in Lestrange.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, and we're gonna say stuffy letter.
Stuffy letter.
Now you gotta make a decision.
I either go crusty or stuffy. That's horrible. That's horrible. All right.
I definitely have my preferences.
I don't want to know your preference.
Actually, that sounded weird because no one understands the context I'm referring to.
Oh,
so
my
ignore
goodness.
what I just said.
No, I just imagine Meredith is thinking about that, and then Lucian's just like, well, I have my preferences. It's ain't about you.
Oh wait, yeah, hold on. If I'm part of a coven with an archfey, that means I'm related. Does that mean I have to go?
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, I mean, they'll expect anyone who is of close. You know, actually, you don't know. Maybe
We'll
this is
figure
a
it
good.
out.
This is a good question for Gethel. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm going to definitely
Use
bring
your
all this together.
resources. Yeah.
I'm like, listen, mommy, what's going on? All right.
They expect your full party. Do we have to?
I'm like, if you don't dress right, I'm going to throw you all off a bridge.
Yeah. The thing is, though, we could go to either party. I don't know if we'd have a good time at either party, but
we have to
we have the capability.
A party crawl.
Nice.
I guess Lucian could wear a dress.
You can.
The expectation on the stuffy letter is robes or a dress full length.
Hey,
oh wait, they want robes or a dress.
Yes.
wear the dress. If we go there,
robes.
Wear the dress. Show the
robes.
Dress robes.
We're not both. But she will put those letters in the in her bag, and she won't say nothing yet. She will just continue reading, because what day is it right now? It's the 20th.
It's the 26th.
26th. Okay. Countdown.
The memes. All right. So, as the afternoon stretches on, is there anything else of urgency you all wish to attend to?
We were having a talk.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, go back to that. Yes.
Does it start off with a once upon a time, or what?
Usually, starts with a hunt.
Oh. Right.
And Valerian failed on theirs. And I met the individual who they failed on.
Oh.
And apparently, I hunted and killed her brother.
Oh.
She ran into me in that tavern that I was washing dishes in. So, I had to get rid of her.
Right.
It was complicated. It was the dragon was demanding more, and her specifically. And she knew who I was, and it was just easier to lure her as bait. But then after I did it, I ignored the dragon and ran off on my own, and apparently that's when he took it out on the strong. So, and killed, of course, people, but one of them was the Viscount's wife. And so when I was there the second time, I really was there for one night. And met the Viscount, actually. And because I was there, the dragon was spotted. But there was no attack that night. And I left as soon as the dragon was spotted. And the bard knew me by a completely different name. So they knew who I was. Of course, even, a masquerade is really just a little flimsy piece of cloth on your face.
Right.
But they knew me by a false name, so.
So we can probably get away with it.
Well, the dragon's no longer tied to me, so even if they do try to blow the whistle, and even if people believe them, there's no proof anymore. So.
Right. Right. What was the false name?
He gave it to me. It was Lapis.
Lapis?
Yes. They were a group of traveling bards. They called themselves all gem names.
What was the group called?
I didn't know.
I can't say a group that's all gem names. I don't think I've heard of that.
That's because they're terrible. Really. Nice! Nice people.
Was it like rock bottom or something?
Probably, but in a pretentious dead elven language, I'm sure.
All right. Well, we'll do what we can. I think we'll be all right.
I don't think the Viscount really knows anything at all. And it was a traveling bard. They might not even be there anymore.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Like, they set up shop there and got famous for writing some sort of novel and a conspiracy theory about this Lapis who tamed a dragon and sent it against the Viscount's wife. You want to hit me, don't you?
Only hope not.
You want to hit me, don't you?
I do want to hit you, but at least it just doesn't feel so serious.
Well.
Just letting you know I've been there before. I wasn't ever planning on going back.
Right. Well, we're going as an emissary, so...
Which sounds like a great idea. Just parade me in front of everyone and be like, do you know this woman? Be great.
Huh. I'm sure it'll work out. It'll be fine. We'll go at night. It'll be, great. Parties and winning the hearts and minds of all the people. Something.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that.
Oh, come on. Sure, you'll put a little effort into it and you'll be great.
No, I've never been good at this kind of thing.
It doesn't mean you're not charming. You can turn it on if you want. I've seen it. Come on.
Any point in taking me?
Look. I'm terrified of everything right now. I'm a dead man walking, and it hurts to stand in the sun. And I have to make friends with people who stand in the sun and smile and wave. And, all the political nonsense that, I'm not, well, let's say if I was a stiff before, I'm more of one now.
I love puns. They're great.
Yeah, well,
Keep going.
it was unintentional, but maybe it wasn't. Hold on. I I don't know. I need help. I need support. Plus, you know the city.
Not well.
Listen, either it goes well and we get people to help kill the Baron, or it goes poorly and we just kill everyone there. Right?
Or it goes poorly because of me.
It's not good. No.
You're not the only one who's dead man walking.
Well, yeah, but all I know is we're in a tough set of circumstances, and
Don't understand it. Why does it have to be you? Shouldn't it be her? or your fiance. Why is it you?
Just because it's on the way, I suppose.
That sounds awfully convenient.
Yeah, well, like,
It
you don't have...
sounds like they're willing to risk this relationship by just sending some untested rich kids with severe trauma.
That is a good point. I don't even know anything about this city. Or this people there. They have a council. And
They have a sort of, it's an electorate sort of thing. There are several ruling noble houses that are all of equal standing, and one person from each family is elected to the council by the people.
Oh. All right.
Until they die or they decide to step down and retire themselves.
Hmm. So plenty of lords and ladies to... I don't know. Mooch over. We don't really have much to offer, though. We're going on behalf of Camelot, just to say, hey, which side are you on, I guess. And maybe they're sending us as a sympathy vote, right? Like, these people from Avalon, and they chose to side with Camelot.
I don't see how we're going to convince anyone who's not mad to go against the Baron.
Has the Baron ever attacked that place before?
I don't know. I mean, obviously not while I was there. Maybe the Baron sent the dragon.
Maybe the Baron sent the dragon. But then we also have the thing, oh, the Baron has control over beasts.
Yeah, those would be unfortunate rumors.
More of those rumors. I don't know. I don't know how to handle the situation at all. And I don't know if we're going with an escort, or if there's going to be an introduction letter, or who we need to talk to. So I don't even know if there's a game plan, or they're just saying, hey, go there and see if you can make friends.
I mean, I'll go with you.
It's not like we're gonna stay there for weeks at a time until we get a diplomatic solution. We're just going to be there, see, best effort, send a report back on one of those fabrials, I think they're called. Just let the Queen know what happened, and then we get on a boat that they've provided for us. Technically, they're in Camelot territory, but they have to have a vote of confidence to join the war, so...
Well, you know I'll go wherever you go. So, I'll go. I'm just letting you know I'm going to be more of a detriment than an asset in this situation. And it's on you if you choose to take me along with you, so. Not my responsibility anymore. It's on you.
Oh, so it's my fault if everything blows up. Alright. Fine.
Even if I do it, it's your fault because I told you it would happen.
Okay.
And you still chose to bring me along, so.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
My hands are clean of responsibility now.
Right. And if it goes amazingly, then I was right.
Yeah, no, it's still on you.
Yep, nope, so then I don't know.
Goes amazing, it's yours.
Fine. If it goes amazingly, then you have to be the captain of my guard when I become Duke.
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna make it happen.
I can't even hold a sword.
So?
I can't wear armor.
And?
I don't like people.
So? Sounds like you're perfect for the job.
What if I just want to... I'm a drunk.
You're not a drunk.
I'm very drunk right now, so...
Well, you died 3 weeks ago, so...
But I was also drunk when I died, so... I think that makes me a drunk. How long do you have to binge drink for yourself to be considered a drunk? Because I'm pretty sure I've hit that threshold.
Did you drink as much as you have been until before we escaped from prison, or was it just more of a recent thing?
It was after we escaped prison.
Mm. So what you're saying is, I'm a bad influence.
What I'm saying is, whenever I'm around you, I'm stressed out, and I need to drink.
Alright, yeah, that's understandable. I assume if we were allowed to have booze more freely growing up, we'd probably be alcoholics before now.
Yeah, well...
We just got a few more things to push through, and then things will level out, I think.
Then we kill the Baron, and you become the Duke, and I'm captain of your guard.
Sure.
Sounds great.
Or something else you want. If you want, you could have a cottage in the woods. Or how about I don't know. Give you a bit of land or something like that? Run everything for yourself.
Hey, what would I do with it?
Build a tavern, drink every day.
That sounds like work.
Hmm. So you're a lazy drunk.
Who exactly is an active drunk? Who's getting drunk and deciding to do track and the javelin?
I've known a few gnomes.
Like a fucking gnome.
No. But, you know. You're still shorter than me, so.
You're a man and you're half human. Of course you're going to be taller than me.
Eh. Right.
Really feel like there's an unfair advantage to height there.
I'm just trying to make light of the situation. Not very good at jokes.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
Go do what you need to do.
make sure you stop by and gear up with what you need. I'm gonna get a large, dark cloak to hide under for the rest of my life.
Yeah, well, I've been... Never mind.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
Well, like I said, if this whole thing is sabotage because I warned you and you didn't listen to me, then it's not on me.
Alright, fine. If this all goes south, then I owe you. How's that?
I don't want you to owe me anything. I'm just saying I'm not taking the blame.
I'm not saying you're taking the blame, but you still get
Okay.
I told you so. And you can cash it in whenever you like.
How generous of you.
I try to be a generous and caring lord to all my subjects.
Benevolent leader. Great.
And a deep bow.
Blythe is right outside the doorway. Just kidding.
No. Blythe, come in here. Fall out the window on accident. When this is all done, what do you want?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far.
Well, then let's get there together, and then you can pick something.
I always assumed I would be dead, you know?
Well, you already checked that box.
Yeah, so you fucked me over, because I really didn't have any plans after that, so...
I'll kill you again if you like.
Only after the Baron's dead.
Sure. Kill the Baron, I'll kill you next. Anyway. I've got to go have a, uncomfortable talk.
Right.
I'll see you later. Don't stress too much. They don't drink too much either.
Don't tell me what to do. I'm older than you.
Yeah. Alright, and I'll leave.
Okay. You leave, going to seek Elenara. August, anything else you're doing in your room?
I will probably leave my room because it feels claustrophobic. I'll go outside somewhere.
Okay.
But probably not where I died.
Yeah. Fair.
Actually, the palace would probably start to freak me out because I would want to go outside. Then I'm like, no, we fought there. No, and then the vampire bit me there. And then I died there.
Triggers galore.
Yeah, it's just like, no, I gotta get out of this building.
You eventually...
Happy gas is freaking me out.
Your mood remarkably improves.
Absolutely not. I'm going on a side of town that's safe from happy gas.
Okay. You take some time to kind of get out and about. Lucian, you go off to Elenara. Meredith, what kind of information are you looking for in the book?
I'm looking for, specifically in the past 5 years, I am looking for what any specific, that's not the word. I want to say any bouts of like skirmishes that also happened in the kingdom. If it was Evelyn or if it was someone else, basically, like looking for that. Who was ruling? If it was Camilla.
Camellia, yeah.
Yeah, if it was her ruling within the 5 years. What was like her like? What kind of laws did she pass? Like, yeah, was she that type? What type of queen was she, or is she?
Yeah. So Camellia comes from is the primary line that stretches back since the Void Walkers first crashed, which were effectively like kind of the Noah's Ark of this world. So this civilization from the ground up has been ruled by the same family. There's a lot about how each member of the family is ruthlessly taught history. Like there has been a huge focus on there's a huge focus on education within Camelot in general. Like making that super accessible has been a big concern for really the past century. Within recent times, a lot more effort has gone in towards more like more higher learning, and also like critical thinking exercises have been like researched. There's been a lot of like experimental sciences in particular, actually, that went on at Drake's Arcanium, which was a relatively new institution. The person in charge of that was notably really fascinated with draconic things of draconic origin and biology, and so they had done some very like surface level research regarding those things at the Arcanium, which is where you are now, obviously. And then, you know, it's not hard to figure out that they all disappeared with the dragon. The dragon came and then left as Drake left, pretty much. So there's that. The crystals around the city are like our mood enhancers. They've been there for pretty much since, you know, people docked here. They were ways to try and improve quality of life. Yeah.
So she seems like a beloved queen.
Largely, yes.
Okay.
There are those who, the biggest divide right now that you could find in like current events sort of within the city are surrounding the use of the crystals, which is why half of the city is covered by their effects and half the city basically isn't. There was a divide a few years ago on like how ethical it was that they were used, and the people were like, no, I like feeling good, you know, and not dealing with life's hardships or cruel realities. And then the other side was like, no, we need to fucking wake up. And so the castle is immune to the effects, but the rest of the upper side is modified, and the slums and stuff is not really covered. Those are not entirely, they've decided that they're going to, not all of them have decided to be there, but a few years ago there were a few people from the upper district that moved there because they're like, no, I don't want to be affected by the crystals.
Okay.
Yeah.
She seems nice.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Not perfect.
Not perfect.
Is a great way to, yeah.
Doing her best, it seems. Okay. All right. While she is looking, though, she does have a little brief moment. She thinks of Silas's crest, of the armor he wore. Does it seem to fit more closely to Camelot's crest, or is it another one?
Ooh. I would say you can see Camelot influences. Like his family is pretty Camelot established. So you can definitely see the influences there, perhaps. It's not like a direct copy because family crests are their own thing. But you can see some similarities from it.
Okay. All right. She has a little moment. And then she'll close the books, put them away. she has enough of reading. And she'll probably head back to probably go out into the courtyard.
Okay.
Just to see what's the plant life, take a stroll.
Yeah. You go out into the courtyard. The plant life is really well kept. Doesn't compare to Lestrade necessarily. That you remember that place was gorgeous. Like the gardeners were ultra talented. But this is really nice. The hedges are well trimmed. The flower beds are well kept, free of weeds. The fountain is running a tiny bit murky, but nothing to be concerned of. While you're kind of out there, you notice that there is a feminine elf, kind of paler skin, dark hair, just kind of reading a book that you just kind of at a glance look over, and it says, Boons, Blessings, and Curses of Fairy.
Okay. I will just walk up. Kind of just like look over her shoulder a bit and like, is it a good read?
Oh shit! Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see you coming up. I was really engrossed. Informative, I guess.
Are you curses? There's some dark stuff there.
Yeah, kind of been on a really fucking bad streak of luck, and I was wondering if maybe I angered an entity or something.
Can I see the book for a second?
Yeah, for sure.
As I reach out to the book,
you notice on the page that she's reading, it's talking about like bad luck in the love life.
Oh.
And like bad dates, and like you could tell she's like she's got like her thumb she had her thumb at the bottom, which like talked about being an omen of death, and like some curses bring death to the people that you love and stuff like that.
Oh no, she's on that. I wonder if I can do this. And no, that just going around making packs. I want to get a sense of I don't think I can sense it this way. Does it seem? Do I see any marks on her as I reach out for the book? Like any marks.
Any marks?
Specifically, like from Faye, like if she did encounter.
Give me investigation.
Okay.
Or Arcana, either one.
Oh damn! I should have rolled Arcana. The investigation was a 6.
You don't necessarily find anything arcane in nature. Her hands have like calluses on them from likely some kind of manual labor work. Her hair it's got an undercut to it, but it's kind of shaggy. So like hasn't been cut recently. Her eyes are a little bit, not super noticeably, but like a little bit dark circle under the eyes.
Did you like have like a rough breakup or something?
No. I was kind of dating some girls around town, and just like no one was really my speed. And then I met someone that was really cool, and she was a bit awkward. but I thought we really hit it off. And then learned that she died on the steps of like the palace.
Yeah. It was during the dragon attack?
It was not during an attack. There was a big gala. I was actually I drove around in the carriage a bit. But
I'm sorry for your loss.
yeah.
What was her name?
It was August.
Ah. And you think you're cursed because of that?
I don't know, just things have never quite turned out right, and then I felt like I started seeing like I don't know, I just started getting approached by weird people. You know, just like off vibes. You know what I mean? Didn't behave normally.
Like creepy vibes or more of
Yeah, slightly. There was one who just like was like I'm trying to remember. And you can tell like her brain is like working in overtime and like you've seen memory magic before. And she clearly met somebody and who doesn't want her to remember them.
Yeah. Well, I think you should chalk this book up to just fairy tales. You're not cursed. And
yeah,
I think you should welcome new changes in your life. You may end up getting a second chance.
Yeah, I guess. And she kind of takes the book and closes it. I guess I'm a little old for this stuff anyway. I mean, it's speculative. It was like, I wonder who it's written by. It just says, written by somebody known as Amethyst. I don't know.
Well, I will kind of stand up and I will just bow. Says sometimes the world can seem more so cursed, but sometimes there's something else at play.
Yeah, you're right. It's just some consequences. Or not consequences. Coincidences. Language is not my strong suit.
It's okay. Well, good luck. And I will pat her on the shoulder. And I will do I'm annoying. I'm so annoying.
That evil laugh.
It's a villain arc. Not really. But I am just going to crest.
We can make this a villain arc.
We can make this a villain arc. But we're going to Just touch her on the shoulder and cast
Delete.
Cast not delete.
Delete.
He just delete us. I'm going to cast Druidcraft and just make a small bloom of a rose on her shoulder.
Do you do this subtly? Is this like
Very subtle.
Oh,
yeah.
like very okay, and not when you touch her. This is as you're walking away.
Yeah, as I'm
Okay.
walking away.
As she like finishes the book, and
I'm so annoying.
I want you. You know what? I want you to roll a sleight of hand check, and just
Okay.
give me a house roll.
Okay.
So a D12.
Okay. Oh, natural 20 with a 23 for sleight of hand.
Nice.
I'm gonna roll my dice to do the house roll because I like to do that. D12. This is a 12. Okay, we rolled a 1. Natural 23 with a 1 in a house roll. That's interesting. We can see how this plays.
So
I'm annoying.
As you like walk away, she said you hear her say like, "Hey, I didn't catch your oh shit, what the fuck," and like just like brushes it off of her shoulder, looks at it on the ground, and then like you can feel her gaze like bullet into you, and she just like goes, hold like comes running towards you, and is like she like opens the book, and she's like, wait, I know this, and she like opens it up to the book. It says, benevolent fae mark their space with a rose. Oh my god. Oh my god, you can help me. Can't you?
I already did.
Ooh.
Good answer.
Jack, that's really good.
Oh, it's check.
Good answer. Good answer.
Persuasion?
Good answer.
There is no pasta.
There is no positive. All right, this is just a normal roll, right? Persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 11 persuasion.
Okay. She says, really? Did you took the curse away?
Serve me.
I mean, well, and wait, but you guys don't do like gifts, right? Nothing is free. At least that's what it says in chapter 3.
Nothing is ever free, but someone, you gave me a name. Names are very useful. This August, as I say, keep your eyes open.
Thanks. I almost gave you my name, but I'm not going to. Although, like, I mean, seriously, I owe you one.
Mhm.
A drink later, or do you drink? Do you just like grow roots and like sustain through the land, or She rolled a natural 1.
Oh, drink would be nice.
Drink. Okay. Cool. And you're like all knowing, so you'll know when I'll be at the bar anyway. So do we need to set a time, or will you just like look in your pensieve and figure it out?
Why don't you select the time?
Okay. Let's go 6.
6. All right. And which bar? I'm letting you choose whatever you would like to give.
There's one just right across the street, and she just points to it and says, "Can never remember the name of it. The sign's been torn down for ages."
All right. See you there at 6.
And she like goes and takes the book confidently, like puts it back to like closes the book, but then like opens it and begins to like speed read as she's like going back to return the book.
I am so annoying.
You also detect if you want another. If you want to be the patron to another person.
Oh, jeez. You know, it's nice to just have people, you know?
We're not even gonna need to like recruit them. Just gonna have an army of warlocks for free.
Oh no, only one creature can be bound at a time.
Mm-hmm.
No, I want to keep. Nah, I'm
you
not
keep
gonna
going. Okay, all right.
What about like half bound? Like only one shackle?
If
That's
this
both.
For a character going to later game, I would consider like looking at a scaling element to that feature, but
I gave my full support.
Give it to
full
Gaia.
Contract to Gaia.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and then I'll get back into the castle.
Okay, you head back to the castle. I think that's a good place to end tonight. It's 11:30, so let you all get to sleep. So thank you all for watching, and we will see you next Wednesday.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.